Committee will come to order. We're meeting today to consider 6 bills. Due to the COVID-19 public health emergency, members can participate in today's markup either in person or remotely via online video conferencing. For members participating remotely, your microphones will be set on mute for the purpose of eliminating inadvertent background noise. Members participating remotely will need to unmute your microphone each time you wish to speak. Please note that once you unmute your microphone, anything that is said in Webex will be heard over the loudspeakers in the committee room and subject to be heard by the live stream in C-SPAN. Additionally, I ask that members participating remotely use the raise hand feature of the software platform when you wish to be recognized. During recorded votes, you'll need to unmute yourself to respond to the clerk once your name is called. In responding to the clerk, I ask that instead of saying aye or nay, that you respond with a phrase like, Frank Pallone from New Jersey votes aye. This will provide additional time for the voting member to be identified and made visible on the platform. Now, since members are participating from different locations at today's markup, all recognition of members will be in the order of full committee seniority. During this markup, amendments will be sent to members electronically. Members participating in person should not bring paper copies of their amendments to the clerk's desk. If a member participating in person would like a paper copy of an amendment or bill, please alert staff during the consideration of the amendment or bill. Amendments and motions should be sent to Chloe Rodriguez and Perry Hamilton, and documents for the record to Ed Kazmarsky at the email addresses we provided to staff. And I now recognize myself for 3 minutes for an opening statement. The committee will consider 6 bipartisan bills today that will protect consumers and help strengthen the economy. Notably, we'll consider the American Data Privacy and Protection Act, the first comprehensive national privacy legislation with bipartisan bicameral support. Today's markup is another milestone towards our ultimate goal of enacting meaningful national privacy legislation. Before moving to privacy, we'll consider several other consumer protection bills on issues ranging from consumer product safety to bolstering American manufacturing. I'm going to go through some of them. The Securing and Enabling Commerce Using Remote and Electronic Notarization Act standardizes remote online notarization, which has become particularly important during the COVID-19 pandemic. Then we have the Informing Consumers About Smart Devices Act that will ensure that internet-connected devices tell people before they record them. And then we have the Ransomware Act. It requires the Federal Trade Commission to report on cross-border ransomware and other cyber-related attacks. We'll also consider Reese's law to protect children from ingesting button cell and coin batteries. The legislation is named after Reese Hamsmith, an 18-month-old child who tragically died after ingesting a button cell battery. And next is the Manufacturing.gov Act, which establishes a primary online location for information on federal manufacturing programs. And then finally, we'll conclude with the American Data Privacy and Protection Act. That's the data privacy legislation that I already mentioned. And that protects Americans from data practices that undermine their privacy and security online. This bill is needed to limit the excesses of big tech and ensure all Americans can safely navigate the digital world. It includes a strong national standard using a data minimization framework to help ensure companies are limited in what they collect, process, and transfer in the first place. This bill protects children by prohibiting companies, including social media platforms, from targeting kids with harmful advertising. A new youth privacy and marketing division at the FTC will have the sole mission of protecting young people and will be staffed with experts in youth development. The data privacy legislation will also help protect women in abusive relationships by giving them control over their personal information, limiting the data available for their aggressors to exploit, and regulating shady data brokers that too often provide the means to carry out this type of abuse. The bill also ensures that protected classes, including people of color, are not discriminated against in trying to find housing, applying for a loan, looking for a job, or being offered any goods and services. And the bill is our best hope, in my opinion, at protecting Americans' privacy and data security while also providing certainty to American businesses. And I just want to I can't thank enough our ranking member, Kathy Rogers, Consumer Protection and Commerce Subcommittee Chair, Jan Schakowsky, who's been working on this for years, and Subcommittee Ranking Member Bill Arakis as well for all 3 of their unwavering commitment to getting us to this markup today. And I also commend each of our members for their contributions and their feedback, which I think almost every member has had some as we work through the committee process. And a special thanks to the staff, Jerry, David, Michelle, Tim, and Brannon, who've worked nonstop over the past couple of months on this bill. So look forward to advancing all 6 of these bills today. The likelihood is, because of votes, that we will do the consumer bills before the votes and then do the data privacy bill after the votes, but we'll see. But that's the likely strategy. And now I want to recognize Mrs. Rogers, the ranking member, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. This markup has been a long time coming. We are one step closer than Congress has ever come to establish a national privacy and data security protections. People need more control over their information online. They're looking to us, their elected representatives, to act. The American Data Privacy and Protection Act includes the most robust privacy protections to date in the United States. It prohibits big tech from tracking, predicting, and manipulating people's behaviors for profit without their consent. For example, it stops big tech from reading a person's email data to see what they click on so that they can sell that information to companies running junk mail marketing schemes. It prohibits smartphones from accessing personal photos, tracking and sharing information about location, and monitoring the apps people use. It requires companies to give people the choice to turn off targeted advertising, which will rein in big tech from tracking every aspect of our lives, like location data, clicks, and internet search history. We also stop big tech from sharing people's sensitive information with countries like China and Russia by requiring affirmative express consent to transfer sensitive data to those countries. Several recent surveys show more than 80% of Americans support priorities in the American Data Privacy and Protection Act. Further, a majority of parents say if they could choose one priority for Congress, it would be to increase privacy protections. Our bill designates all data related to children under 17 as sensitive. This means big tech will face real consequences if they track this data, create dangerous algorithms, and use it to tailor news feeds to profit off our children. That means a teenage girl cannot be targeted by big tech with ads for diets or dietary supplements, which can lead to dangerous and harmful behaviors like eating disorders. As I said before, this is the best chance we've ever had to achieve a strong national standard that protects Americans no matter where they are or if they travel across state lines. Today, we'll also be marking up several important bills, including Reese's law, led by Ms. Kelly to protect children, the Securing and Enabling Commerce Using Remote and Electronic Notarization Act of 2021. That's introduced by Mr. Armstrong with Ms. Dean. The Informing Consumers About Smart Devices Act, led by Mr. Curtis and Mr. Moulton. The Ransomware Act from Mr. Bilirakis and Mr. Tonko's Manufacturing.gov Act with Reps. Upton and Axney. I look forward to discussing these bills today. Thanks for all the hard work. I yield back.
I thank the ranking member. And now we're going to go to Ms. Schakowsky, the chair of the Subcommittee on Consumer Protection and Commerce, from which these bills originate.
Thank you.
Recognized.
So today we continue this committee's strong bipartisan tradition by considering bills that will support, have the support from both sides of the aisle. These include the groundbreaking federal privacy law, the American Privacy and Protection Act. This legislation will, for the first time in our history, create fundamental digital privacy rights for all Americans. 86% of Americans are concerned about data privacy. Americans are tired of waiting. After years of work in this committee and across the Congress, this bill represents a landmark compromise. This is not the bill that I personally would have written in my perfect world, but we have a we have a mandate really to move forward. In particular, I believe that we must do more with respect to arbitration. This bipartisan privacy bill will provide relief to consumers who feel helpless online, protect children, and end discrimination. I have been so happy and so grateful to be able to work with ranking member of the subcommittee, Mr. Bilirakis, with Chairman Pallone, Ranking Member Rogers, as well as many other stakeholders from every corner of government, civil society, and industry to bring us to this moment. Let's make today the first time ever a bipartisan data privacy bill is voted out of committee. But beyond that, the privacy legislation, other legislation that we're considering today will protect children by reducing the risk of ingestion harmful, what they call the button cell, these tiny batteries that kill children if they are ingested. Reese's Law is named for Reese Hamilton. No, is that right? No. Anyway, for a child who tragically lost her life by ingesting such a battery. The Informed Consumer About Small Devices Act will provide transparency when it comes to hidden cameras and microphones. The Secure Notarization Act will actually do what it says to provide secure electronic notarization, and the Manufacturing.gov Act will strengthen domestic manufacturing. And the Ransomware Act is very important. I look forward to passing all of these things, and really am grateful to the bipartisan support of this committee. And I yield back.
I thank the chairwoman. And now we're going to recognize Mr. Bilirakis, the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Consumer Protection and Commerce.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the ranking member and Madam Chair Schakowsky. It's been great working with all of you on this particular bill. As you know, this is what this committee does best. It legislates, and I'm proud to serve on this committee. We have 6 consumer protection and commerce bills through Energy and Commerce today. This is a historic moment, considering this is the first that Congress has come in enacting a national, so we're pretty close, enacting a national privacy and data security law with consideration of our bipartisan bill, H.R. 8152. I know we still have more work to do. The American Data Privacy and Protection Act. I'm proud of the bipartisan efforts that we undertook in our subcommittee to this point, to put this up to this point, to put the comprehensive package together. And I want to recognize the tireless work put in to refine and make improvements to the bill since our draft was first released. I want to thank the staff on both sides as well. I know our work is still not done, and I'm glad that every member on this committee will be able to consider this legislation and weigh in as we continue to tweak this product further. I look forward to working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle and with our friends in the Senate to get this done. This is the best opportunity we've had in years to give the American people and businesses something that has long been needed. In addition to our privacy and data security bill, we also have 5 other bipartisan bills that came out of our recent subcommittee markup last month. That included my bill, H.R. 4551, the Ransomware Act, which will provide more clarity on how to combat ransomware and other cyber attacks. It also, this committee also will hear and will vote on H.R. 5313, Reese's Law, which will address consumer product safety standards for button cell batteries that pose as an ingestion hazard for children. And I really appreciate you putting this on, Mr. Chairman. We've heard a lot about this. I want to highlight the work my colleague John Curtis is doing with this bill, H.R. 4081, the Informing Consumer About Smart Devices Act, which will provide consumers with transparency for home devices that have hidden microphones and cameras. Lastly, I want to thank my friend Kelly Armstrong for his bipartisan efforts towards modernizing our notarization processes, and Representative Tonko and Upton for providing clarity and ease of access at the Department of Commerce for our country's manufacturers. I'm hopeful my colleagues will help move all of these important bills forward through the House floor, to the House floor. But again, we're still going to continue to work on this before it gets on the floor. Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the ranking member. So now we go to other members who would like to make an opening statement. Ms. Castor, gentlewoman from Florida, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning. The passage of the American Data Privacy and Protection Act will be a very important step to protect the online privacy of Americans, and especially our kids. And I want to thank Chairman Pallone and Ranking Member Rogers, Chair Schakowsky, Ranking Member Bilirakis for incorporating a large portion of my Kids Privacy Act and Kids Act into the bill, and thank the other members who have supported it along the way, Representatives Clark and Trahan, Rice and Soto, Tonko, Cardenas, DeGette, and Schreier. And a special thanks to Ranking Member McMorris-Rodgers. I know this was a special area of emphasis and concern for you. But I also want to thank the parents and advocates who have been advocating for better protections for children online for many years. I think we all can agree that children shouldn't be tracked and targeted online and exposed to mental and physical harm. So this bill will take a significant step in the right direction. I look forward to getting to the debate and amendments today, and yield back my time.
Thank the gentlewoman. Anyone on the Republican side? Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Pallone and Ranking Member McMorris-Rodgers for hosting today's markup. America's privacy is not something that can be taken lightly, and this committee has stepped up to that challenge. As technology continues to advance, there needs to be additional safeguards in place to ensure that information doesn't fall into the wrong hands. I applaud this committee's work on coming to bipartisan agreement to provide the needed framework to protect our nation's children and our nation's citizens from nefarious actors, and to the ultimate benefit of securing privacy and data. I look forward to this upcoming markup, and I look forward to the bipartisan discussions that will continue. Thank you, and I yield.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Tonko is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Pallone and Ranking Member McMorris-Rodgers. The Manufacturing.gov Act is a vital piece of legislation that supports our American manufacturers, boosting our economy, job growth, and certainly our job competitiveness globally. The COVID crisis has strained our supply chains and limited factory production abilities, overwhelmingly hurting the middle-class workers who drive our nation's industry. Congress does have a duty to support manufacturers and their workers in every way possible, and that includes making it easier to navigate what federal resources are available to them. The Manufacturing.gov Act offers a simple and bipartisan solution to do just that. This legislation establishes a one-stop hub to centralize the 58 different federal manufacturing programs that span some 11 federal agencies. It also encourages public feedback by offering an online avenue for people to submit comments and concerns regarding the programs. Now is the time to secure our supply chain and give local manufacturers in my home state of New York and across our country the tools they need to identify the federal support that would indeed help them flourish. I do thank Representative Axney and Upton for being great collaborators on this bill, and I urge my colleagues to come together to bolster our United States manufacturing core. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Thank you. We go to the Republican side. Anyone want to make an opening statement? All right, we go back over here. Ms. Blunt-Rochester, the gentlewoman from Delaware, is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Pallone and Ranking Member McMorris-Rodgers. This markup represents another important chapter in our work to enhance U.S. competitiveness and innovation. For years, we have all heard how the lack of national data privacy law has both hindered U.S. competition and left Americans, especially children and seniors, vulnerable to bad actors. We all agree we must act. Through this bipartisan American Data Privacy and Protection Act, we will. Today's internet, reliant on the current model of notice and consent, puts the onus on consumers to protect their privacy and secure their data, rather than big tech. As the House lead of the DETOR Act, I am proud to say that the amendment, in the nature of a substitute to the American Data Privacy and Protection Act, rightly rebalances responsibility between business and consumers. Crucially, the Act incorporates elements of my bill, including a ban on user interfaces that undermine choice and autonomy. Ensuring Americans aren't routinely manipulated by big tech is necessary to safeguard the ideal of a free and open internet. Our country needs this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to pass this bill and swiftly bring it to the floor. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. Does anyone else want to make an opening statement? Anyone in the virtual sphere? No? All right, well then we will proceed well, let me say that pursuant to committee rules, members' written opening statements shall be made part of the record. So if you want to do a written opening statement, send it electronically to the email address that we have provided. And now we'll move to the first of the bills, and we'll begin consideration. The chair calls up H.R. 4081, the Informing Consumers About Smart Devices Act, and the clerk will report that bill.
H.R. 4081, a bill to require the disclosure of a camera
Madam
recording.
Clerk, without objection, the first reading of the bill would be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read, and without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. But I don't think we have any amendments, correct? Are there any members seeking recognition to speak on this bill?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, move to strike the last word.
I didn't. Oh, Mr. Curtis is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member, for holding this important markup on these bipartisan bills to protect consumers. I'd like to speak directly today to my bill, the Informing Consumers About Smart Devices Act. This common sense and bipartisan bill would require the creation of reasonable disclosure guidelines for products that have audio or visual recording components that are not clearly obvious to a reasonable person, such as a household appliance. We're all excited for this emerging technology that has untold benefits coming for us as consumers in this modern life. But along with this new technology, we need to update transparency for consumers. My bill balances protecting American consumers with continuing to foster innovation. By working with a broad range of stakeholders, my legislation will ensure consumers are aware of the capabilities of items they're putting in their homes without hamstringing the technology pioneers who are developing this technology. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill, reserve the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. Anyone on the Democratic side? Anyone else who wants to speak on this? Ms. Lesko? Ms. Lesko, take your time. We're fine. Gentlewoman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I'll be brief. I support this legislation. I think it's very important. It's very important for consumers to know if there's a camera or microphone in the devices that they use in their everyday lives, especially since so many of these appliances, devices are manufactured in China. And as I said before in the subcommittee, my husband works in cybersecurity, and we discovered that Many of the security cameras that are used in everyone's home are made in China, and they actually call back to China. And this is very concerning to me, and I don't want my refrigerator or my microwave or whatever to be feeding to someone somewhere in the world what I'm doing every single minute of my day. And I want the right to know if those microphones and cameras are in the devices. I support the bill and I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. Does anyone else want to speak on this bill? Because we have no amendments, so we'll go to voice vote. You want to recorded vote? Okay, we'll go to a recorded vote, which is ordered. Those in favor of reporting HR 4081 as amended? Or has not been amended? Okay, those in favor of reporting HR 4081 to the House will say aye. Those opposed will say no.
Aye.
And clerk shall call the roll. Recorded vote.
Mr. Rush.
Aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo votes aye.
Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield of North Carolina votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney, California votes aye.
Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Tonko.
Is that somebody there? Tonko of New York votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark.
Clark of New York votes aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader votes aye.
Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz.
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice.
York votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Ms. Craig of Minnesota votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess.
Votes aye.
Yeah.
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess, can you repeat your vote, please? I can't see you on camera.
Aye, how are you?
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Bilirakis.
Bilirakis votes aye.
Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long. Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Hudson.
Hudson votes aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter.
Carter from Georgia votes aye.
Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer.
Aye.
Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Dunn votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone. Chairman Pallone votes aye.
How is Sarbanes recorded?
Mr. Sarbanes is not recorded.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Welch?
Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes aye.
Ms. Kelly?
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye.
Anyone else who's not recorded and wants to be?
Mr. Chairman, could I request the members, the names of the members who have not been recorded?
Yes, could you give us the names who are not recorded?
Mr. Vesey, Mr. Soto, Mr. Scalise, Mr. McKinley, Mr. Kinzinger, Mr. Griffith, Mr. Bouchon, Mr. Mullen, and Mr. Joyce.
Mr. Joyce is here.
Mr. Joyce, you are not recorded. Mr. Joyce votes aye.
Mr. Long, did you vote?
Mr. Long is recorded as aye.
Anyone else who we might think is on their way? Bouchon? How is Mr. Bilirakis recorded, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Bilirakis is recorded as aye.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
How is the ranking member recorded?
Mrs. Rogers is recorded as aye.
Thank you.
I mean, we can wait if you know something.
How am I recorded? This is Mark Lane. How am I recorded, Chairman?
Who's that? Mr. Mullen.
Mr. Mullen?
Madam Clerk, Mr. Mullen.
Mr. Mullen is not recorded.
I vote yes, aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Miss,
Mr. Duncan, you're recorded as aye.
This is Mr. Bouchon. How am I recorded?
Mr. Bouchon? We found him.
Mr. Bouchon is not recorded.
How do you want to vote?
Mr. Bouchon votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Who was that?
Blunt Rochester.
Oh, Miss Blunt Rochester?
Ms. Blunt Rochester, you're recorded as aye.
All right, anyone else? Otherwise, we're going to close this down. All right, we're not going to wait any longer. The clerk will report the tally. Who's here?
Chairman.
Mr. Soto's, is that you?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto, how do you wish to vote?
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye.
Anyone
Mr. Chairman,
else? Mr. Cardenas?
this is Cardenas at the end over here. Can you see me? I just would like to know, this is Cardenas. How am I recorded?
Mr. Cardenas, you are recorded as aye.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else before Mr. Doyle tells us that we're all aging or whatever? All right. All right, that's it. The clerk will report the tally.
Never know. That's right.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 53 and the nays were 0.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. The vote is 53 ayes to 0 noes. H.R. 4081 is reported to the full House. We'll now go to the next bill, which is H.R. 4551. The chair calls up H.R. 4551, the reporting attacks from nations selected for Oversight and Monitoring Web Attacks and Ransomware from Enemies Act, better known as the Ransomware Act, and the clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 4551 to amend the U.S. Safe Web Act of 2006.
And without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read, and without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I don't believe we have any amendments. Are there any members seeking recognition to speak on the bill? Yes, Mr. Bilirakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you again for including my bill, H.R. 4551. I also want to thank the ranking member. The bill is the Ransomware Act, a very important bill in today's markup. This legislation amends the U.S. Safe Web Act, a tool the FTC uses to protect consumers with an international dimension, including by increasing cooperation with foreign law enforcement, and will require the FTC to report on cross-border complaints they receive involving ransomware or other cybersecurity-related incidents committed by our foreign adversaries, China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran. This legislation is very timely, as just a few weeks ago, the U.S. learned that Chinese government hackers had breached major telecommunications companies and network service providers to steal credentials and harvest data. Furthermore, just last week in my home state of Florida, the Tampa Bay Times reported a Canadian man who was a member of a Russian cybercrime group pleaded guilty to user ransomware to attack companies, hospital systems, law enforcement entities, and universities in 2020. This criminal hacked into a local company's network, costing them over $1 million to respond to an address. My bill will help Congress, the FTC, and other law enforcement entities better understand these attacks and learn how to better combat them. I want to thank our subcommittee chair, Jan Schakowsky, for recently co-sponsoring my legislation and helping me move it forward on a bipartisan basis. I really appreciate that. So very important bill. Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
All right, and thank the sponsor. Anyone else want to speak on this bill? Ms. Schakowsky is recognized.
Let me just say it's been a pleasure to support Mr. Bilirakis' bill, and I look forward to all of us voting for it. I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. Anyone else? We have no amendments. Recorded vote? We'll move to a recorded vote. Question now occurs, a recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of reporting H.R. 4551 to the House will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo votes aye.
Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko of New York votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz.
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly?
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bedegan?
Bedegan votes aye.
Ms. Bedegan votes aye. Mr. McEachin?
McEachin votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester?
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran?
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice?
Rice of New York votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig?
Ms. Craig votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier?
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Hand?
Trahan votes aye.
Mr. Hand votes aye. Ms. Fletcher?
Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers? Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton? Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess?
Burgess votes aye.
Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise? Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley? Mr. Kinzinger? Mr. Griffith? Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long? Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Mullen?
Aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson?
Aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter?
Carter from Georgia votes aye.
Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Palmer? Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn? Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis? Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko? Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence? Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Pallone?
Pallone of New Jersey votes aye.
Mr. Pallone votes aye.
Other members that have come in, Mr. Ravisi?
I'm not recorded.
Mr. Vesey's not recorded.
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye.
Mr. Welch?
Mr. Welch?
Votes aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw?
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, Harlan recorded.
Mr. Rush?
Mr. Rush is not recorded.
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye.
Sarbanes recorded. Sarbanes.
Mr. Sarbanes is not recorded.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye.
Anyone else who's not
Is
recorded?
Peters recorded?
Who's that?
Peters?
Mr. Peters?
Mr. Peters voted aye.
Mr. Bouchon?
Mr. Bouchon is not recorded.
Mr. Duncan?
Mr. Duncan is not recorded. Mr. Duncan votes aye.
Anyone else? All right, we're not expecting.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Ms. Clark?
how am I recorded?
Ms. Clark is not recorded.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Clark of New York votes aye.
Thank you.
Ms. Clark votes aye.
Anyone else that's on their way to our knowledge? If not, we're going to close it. All right, the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, the yeas were 53 and the nays were 0.
Okay, the vote is 53 ayes to 0 noes, and therefore HR 4551 is reported to the full House. We'll now go to H.R. 5313. The chair calls up H.R. 5313, the Reese's Law, as forwarded by the Subcommittee on Consumer Protection and Commerce, and the clerk will report the bill.
Committee print to H.R. 5313, a bill to protect children and
Madam
other...
Clerk, without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment, but I don't believe we have any. Are there any members seeking recognition to speak on the bill? Ms. Schakowsky is recognized.
Yes, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
So I just want to thank Trista Hamsmith, the mom of Krista, who had the courage to come here and tell this tragic story about her daughter losing her life. I mean, it's just really incredible, the courage that we have seen, especially in the Consumer Protection Subcommittee, of parents who come to Congress and tell these stories about their children, their loved ones losing their life so that they can prevent others. You know, these tiny batteries that the children ingest are so incredibly dangerous. And the more that we're able to not only know about this, but to be able to create the warnings, high-profile situations that families can learn from. But I think so many of the bills that we've passed, again, particularly in the Consumer Protection and Commerce Subcommittee, are to the credit of the people who have suffered the most and who turn their suffering into advocacy and come here. And so, you know, I think we are just very fortunate in being able to vote on this legislation today, and hopefully to save other lives. So I really look forward to doing that in a unanimous way today. It's been too long that Reese has been gone. The bill is named after her, and let's get to it. I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. Anyone else?
Mr.
Ms.
Chairman.
Lesko. Ms. Lesko is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Often in Congress, it's frustrating because we feel like we can't get things accomplished. This bill is an exception. I'm very thankful we have this bill. I do think it will help save lives. And as I said in the subcommittee, when this bill passed out of subcommittee, we have instances in Arizona where very young toddlers were severely injured. And of course, we heard about deaths from the swallowing of these button batteries. And so with that, I support the legislation and I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. Ms. Kelly
Mr. Chairman,
is recognized for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word. More than 3,000 children ingest button batteries every year. The health impacts of swallowing these batteries can be severe and in many cases result in death. And that, as you know, was the outcome for Reese Hamsmith, who the bill is named after. I believe this law will save countless children's lives. This bill requires the Consumer Product Safety Commission to create standards for button cell and coin batteries, often found in remote controls and other products just lying around the house. It will prevent accidental ingestions by requiring manufacturers to make compartments containing button batteries inaccessible by children 6 years of age and younger, and include warning labels on the packaging of button cell batteries and the consumer products that contain them. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues on this committee to support Reese's Law. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to speak on the bill? All right, we have no amendments, so we'll go to a recorded vote. All right. So a recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of reporting H.R. 5313 as amended to the House will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eschew.
Eschew votes aye.
Ms. Eschew votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield, aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney.
Votes aye.
Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko of New York votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark.
Clark of New York votes aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas, I vote aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice.
Rice of New York votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Ms. Craig votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers.
Mrs. Rogers votes aye.
Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton.
Upton votes aye.
Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess.
Burgess votes aye.
Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long. Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter.
Carter from Georgia votes aye.
Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone of New Jersey votes aye.
Chairman Pallone votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw, I see, is here.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, how is Ruiz recorded?
Mr. Ruiz?
Mr. Ruiz is not recorded.
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye.
Mr.
Chairman, how is Mr. Soto recorded?
Mr. Soto?
Mr. Soto is not recorded.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye.
Anyone else who's not recorded, wants to be? I don't think so. All right. The clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 54 and the nays were 0.
Okay, Madam Clerk, the vote is 54 ayes to 0 noes, and therefore H.R. 5313 as amended is reported to the full House. We'll now go to H.R. 6290. The chair calls up H.R. 6290, the Manufacturing.gov Act, and the clerk will report that bill.
HR 6290 to provide for the establishment of a section.
Madam Clerk, without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. I don't believe we have any amendments. No? Are there any members seeking recognition? Mr. Tonko is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. As I indicated in my opening statement, the Manufacturing.gov Act is a vital piece of legislation that supports American manufacturers. By establishing this one-stop hub to centralize 58 different federal manufacturing programs spanning some 11 federal agencies, our local manufacturers will indeed have the tools to easily identify federal programs that will help them grow and succeed. So I urge my colleagues to support this simple but necessary bipartisan solution. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chair, the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. Anyone on the Republican side? If not, we'll go to Ms. Dingell, who's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I've long fought for policies to support domestic manufacturing capacity, strengthening supply chains, growing American jobs, and improving America's competitiveness. The impact of COVID-19 underscored vulnerabilities in our manufacturing base, and we must be proactive in taking steps to promote further workforce training, research and development, and supply chain resilience in critical industries. The Manufacturing.gov Act will provide local manufacturers and businesses with additional tools to fully utilize critical federal programs aimed at these priorities. This bipartisan legislation will provide a central location connecting manufacturers to available federal programs across numerous agencies, allowing local manufacturers to leverage these resources to unleash innovation and manufacturing capacity. This hub will assist small businesses in identifying new opportunities that will create jobs, strengthen our supply chain, and grow our economy. This legislation has already passed the Senate, and I applaud this opportunity to take another step towards getting it signed into law. I would like to thank my colleagues on this committee for their work on this legislation, and I urge all of my colleagues to support the underlying bill. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentlewoman from Michigan. Does anyone else want to speak on this bill? Hearing none, but we will have a recorded vote. Okay. A recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of reporting H.R. 6290 to the House will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo votes aye.
Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor.
Aye.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko of New York votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader votes aye.
Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas is an aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Aye. Ruiz
Mr.
votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell. Ms. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bedegan. Sorry, Ms. Bedegan, could you repeat your vote? I'm sorry, one more time. Ms. Bedegan votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice.
Rice of New York votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Craig votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Hand votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess.
Burgess votes aye.
Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long. Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Hudson.
Aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce.
Aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong.
Yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Pallone.
Pallone of New Jersey votes aye.
Mr. Pallone votes aye.
Anyone?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Ms. Clark?
Chairman.
how am I recorded?
Ms. Clark is not recorded.
Mr. Chairman, Clark from New York votes aye.
Ms. Clark votes
Chairman, how
aye.
am I recorded?
Mr. Mullen?
Mullen.
Mr. Mullen is not recorded.
I vote aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye.
Mr. Palmer?
Chairman,
Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Mr. Palmer votes aye.
Mr. Rush?
how am I recorded?
Mr. Rush is not recorded.
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw, have you been recorded?
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye.
Anyone else who is not recorded and wants to be? I don't think so. The clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, the yeas were 54 and the nays were 0.
So the vote, Madam Clerk, is 54 ayes to 0 noes, and therefore HR 6290 is reported to the House. All right, next we're going to go, there aren't going to be any votes apparently until at least another hour, so we're going to go to the data privacy bill. The chair calls up HR 8152, the American Data Privacy and Protection Act, as forwarded by the Subcommittee on Consumer Protection and Commerce, and the clerk will report the title of the bill.
Committee print to H.R. 8152, a bill to provide consumers with
Madam
foundational...
Clerk, without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and we do have amendments, including an Ains. I guess we'll start if any member wants to speak on the underlying bill before we go to the Ains. Does anyone want to speak on the underlying bill? Ms. Schakowsky will go by seniority. Ms. Schakowsky?
Thank you. Just briefly, I had an opening statement, and I think perhaps the most important thing that I said is that after years of work in this committee and across the Congress and with all the stakeholders, we have finally come up with a landmark compromise, the word being compromise. This has been a lot of work, bringing all these stakeholders together, and I know that probably almost everyone could find something that they wish were different in the bill. On the other hand, I do think that we do have a mandate from the American people who are just fed up now with the lack of privacy online, are welcoming that we're going to be protecting children in a way that we haven't had before, that we're going to be ending discrimination online, which has been a problem, and that there'll be confidence now for the American people. And so, you know, I'm happy to hear what the amendments are, but I hope at the end of the day, we're going to be able to put out a bill that is going to be welcomed by the vast majority of Americans. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentlewoman and for all her hard work as well. Ranking member, Ms. Rogers is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciated the comments of the subcommittee chair as well as full committee chair. Mr. Pallone, appreciate your partnership in bringing this legislation forward today. I join, I believe, in believing that this is very important for the American people. There's been a lot of work done to get to this place. Big thank you to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. I mentioned Chair Schakowsky. I also want to give recognition to the ranking Republican, Gus Bilirakis, for his commitment, his leadership on doing the hard work necessary. I often talk about plowing the hard ground necessary to legislate. And we're all proud of the tradition of this committee. And it's very important on behalf of the American people that we do this work. I want to express appreciation to all the committee members, all the stakeholders. There's been a lot of feedback, constructive feedback necessary to move a bill like this through committee. A big thank you to the staff, and especially on our side, Tim Kurth and Brandon Rains, for their commitment to go title by title, section by section, all the details necessary. But I believe that this is a bill that we can support, bipartisan, a bill that's going to be an important signal to the country that we are moving historic national privacy data security framework to the floor. I support the AINS as it reflects the bipartisan agreement to continue to improve this solution as it goes through the legislative process. This committee has worked for years to achieve a bipartisan federal privacy and data security standard, and the American Data Privacy and Protection Act is a result of these negotiations. It will prohibit big tech from tracking, predicting, and manipulating people's behaviors for profit without their consent. It gives people the choice to turn off targeted advertising. Requires big tech to be transparent with the American people if their personal information is stored or accessed in countries like China. It provides stronger protections for kids and more tools for parents than any state law provides. This is a top concern of parents in my district and across the country. Companies will face real consequences if they track their kids' data, create dangerous algorithms, or use that information to tailor their news feeds and exploit our children for profit. Our bill also gives Americans control over their information online while protecting small businesses and innovators. It gives people control to access, correct, delete, and move their data to another platform. Under the American Data Privacy and Protection Act, Americans will have stronger privacy and data security protections and puts them in control of their data. And all of these protections will not change if they cross state lines. That means people's sensitive information like location data, search history, health information, credit card purchases, information on their smartphone, and data on their children will be kept private. Innovators and small businesses will have clear rules to navigate and succeed. Big tech companies will not be able to exploit a patchwork to become bigger and more powerful. This is the closest that we've ever come to establishing a strong national standard, a standard that the American people have said for a long time is urgently needed. Once again, just a big thank you to everyone who's been involved in getting us to this point. Big thank you to the chairman of the committee for his commitment, his leadership, and bringing us all together and guiding us to this place. I urge support, look forward to working through all the amendments, and I yield back.
Let me thank the ranking member. I certainly couldn't have said any better than what you said, why this is a good bill. So thank you again. Is there anyone on the Democratic side? Mr. McNerney is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman, and I want to thank the ranking members and leaders, chairs of the subcommittees, the full committees for this, and the staff. I know this staff has been working very hard on this. This is a bill, a law that's long overdue. It's badly needed. I've spoken to stakeholders in industry and privacy concerns here and overseas, and they all are strongly urging leadership from this committee, so I appreciate that. I've been involved in artificial intelligence. I've been developing an expertise in that, and I can tell you, we need privacy to begin to get our hands around artificial intelligence and to make that a positive, beneficial technology. So I really applaud the committee again for doing that. And with that, I don't think, if we don't pass it now, I don't think we're going to have a chance to pass this for a good long time again. So I urge the committee to support this. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Upton is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This issue has been around for a long time, even before I was chair. So I congratulate you on trying to get a bill that's bipartisan. I really want to thank clearly the staff, but specifically you and our leader, CMR, for making some positive changes, particularly since we had the markup in subcommittee just a couple weeks ago. I referenced then the Section 104 on loyalty programs and 302 third-party service providers, important changes, and they got fixed. So thank you. But I am going to vote yes to move this process forward, but I still have a number of concerns. Remember, we only saw the lengthy AINS just in the last 24 to 36 hours ago. As folks on this committee know and around the country, frankly, biomedical research and innovation is clearly very important to all of us. And I'm concerned that the AINS as written is going to actually could harm the research by restricting the use of health data in clinical trials. So I'm pleased to see that there is an amendment that's being offered that's going to address some of those concerns, but it's a positive step. However, the language does fall short in many of the current clinical trials and studies would not be considered permissible purposes, even though they're conducted in accordance with longstanding federal standards and subject to the review and oversight of an independent ethics board. So I would like to think that we can further refine that language to include broad, specific exemptions tied to these existing standards so that companies can continue groundbreaking medical research in the U.S. to find cures for these diseases. Everybody knows that I'm from Michigan, the auto state. I'm concerned, and again, this is all news that came about just in the last couple days, but I'm concerned that the bill could have an impact on how the bill interacts with the Driver's Privacy Protection Act, DPPA, an important privacy law for drivers currently on the books. I'm worried that the bill does not make an exemption for DPPA, which already outlaws the use of personal driver information for marketing purposes, but does allow data to be used for things like motor vehicle recall research, outreach, emissions compliance, and auto dealer planning efforts. So I'd like to think that we could find some changes to take DPPA into account. And remember well, one of my first legislative issues was the TREAD Act, successful TREAD Act, as related to the issue between Firestone and Ford taking more than 100 deaths back in the 90s. Finally, I'll just stake out that I'm concerned about how the bill is going to potentially interact with states like California. While I know there was pressure to exempt California from the bill, I'm pleased with the committee's efforts to include strong federal preemption, but I'm concerned that it allows California state privacy regulation body to enforce federal law. I want to say that any successful attempt by the leadership or others to further exempt California from the bill prior to floor action is going to impact my decision on whether or not I can vote for the bill on the floor. But I am going to vote yes today. Again, I want to applaud all of the efforts to get this process moving. I'm glad that our committee is taking this by the horns and moving forward. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Democrat. Ms. Clark, virtually.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and let me just congratulate colleagues, you, Mr. Chairman, the ranking member, our subcommittee chair and ranking member for advancing what we know will be groundbreaking legislation in the United States. Long overdue. Our citizenry have been subjected to very unsavory practices with respect to their privacy online. I'd like to acknowledge the work that I've done in the algorithmic accountability space that looks at discrimination and bias, and thank the committee for including portions of my Algorithmic Accountability Act in this legislation. Again, it's groundbreaking. It's a start. We're dealing with technology that's constantly evolving, and we know that there are going to be actors out there that are going to look to outsmart, outmaneuver, outpace us in our desire to protect the American people. So I am proud to cast my vote in favor of this legislation today. And Mr. Chairman, just ask if I can have a letter from the Color of Change organization inserted into the record. This letter speaks to a risk management framework, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We're going to wait till the end to enter these various documents in the record because I don't have them all. But at the end, we'll do it. Now I'm going to go to Mr. Bilirakis, who's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. As I
Gentleman's
mentioned in my
recognized.
opening statement, we've reached a historic moment with the consideration of H.R. 8152, the American Data Privacy and Protection Act. And I want to thank you for your leadership, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank, and I really mean it, I want to thank Kathy McMorris Rogers, great friend, and just for her leadership as well, because it really has taken great leadership and giving us the opportunity. I know I'm an original co-sponsor on the bill, but all the members have had an opportunity to give their input, and they've made the bill better. They really have. So I'm very proud to be part of this legislative process. I really am. This comprehensive privacy proposal establishes a strong national framework to protect consumer privacy and data security, give Americans more control and choice about how their personal data is collected, used, and transferred, and provide businesses with operational and regulatory certainty, no matter where they are located in our country. I'm proud we've been able to negotiate this bill in a bipartisan fashion and in good faith, and we have made great strides to address the concerns that we have heard from stakeholders. The product before us is a balance and compromise from both sides of the aisle. We will continue our work today to address outstanding issues to ensure we don't suffocate small businesses or stifle innovation for medical research. But solving difficult policies is what our committee has been known for and what we do on a regular basis. And I know we can do it again. This amendment, the Ains, continues to refine, and we haven't actually gone to the Ains yet, but I won't speak on the Ains. It continues to refine important provisions of our agreement, providing more clarity and technical changes to ensure that we are striking the right balance. In particular, I'm glad to see businesses, particularly our smaller businesses and local mom and pop stores that are trying to do the right thing and make a living in our communities, received additional protections and safeguards. I thought that was very necessary. Many small businesses don't have the capability to constantly watch their backs for lawsuits for alleged privacy violations. And this amendment clarifies that those smaller of businesses will be excluded from civil actions from individuals or groups of individuals and allows them to continue to innovate, contribute to our economy. Through the preemption in our bill, we're also ensuring that these entities don't have to abide by multiple standards based on where they are or where they live or where their customers live. Just like Americans' privacy and data security protections should change based on their zip code, then neither should businesses' obligations change. That's why it's essential that our bills sets a preemptive standard that ensures businesses won't have to worry about complying with 50 state laws. Makes sense? I'm also glad to see the amendment provides additional clarification regarding retailer and restaurant discount and loyalty programs, which are beneficial for both consumers and companies who want to compete for their businesses. And I know that Representative Upton, former Chairman Upton, really made a great addition to the bill. Additionally, I know we have made significant progress to ensure we are retaining independent measurement of content online. And I'm hopeful we can clarify this, and this includes TV and cable video content as this bill moves forward. Lastly, I want to focus on, let's see how much time I still have time. Lastly, I want to focus on the work we've done to protect kids, which is an issue we all care about on both sides of the aisle. This amendment represents a critical balance to prohibiting high-impact social media companies from tracking children and targeting them with advertisements, but also ensuring that smaller businesses are guarded against the floodgates of frivolous lawsuits. Big tech companies like TikTok, who have abused the privacy rights of children for far too long, must now abide by a new tough legal standard that helps prevent abuse for the sake of their profits, or worse, for the sake of foreign interests, such as China. We're also further clarifying the role of law enforcement, retaining the ability for Good Samaritan cooperation of covered entities to share data with law enforcement for certain purposes, but also protecting against entities selling swaths of American data without cause. In closing, we've come a long way in enhancing this bill. I want to thank Chairman Schakowsky as well for working with me on this. I urge my colleagues to support the aims and the final underlying bill, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Next, we go we have Chairwoman of the Health Subcommittee, Ms. Eshu, is next, recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word to speak on the aims. California has the best privacy protections in the country. Californians have certain inalienable rights to access their personal information, delete that information, and stop the sale of that information. They can opt out of automated decision-making and have the ability to limit the use of sensitive information. California has an expert agency dedicated to protecting the privacy and the data of its people. I'm concerned that the bill before us would threaten California's privacy rights and protections. If the objective of the federal bill is to protect the privacy of all Americans, I think it must first address 3 major shortcomings. First, it should preserve the protections already enshrined in state law, including California's. While I'm sensitive to industry concerns that we don't create a patchwork system of regulations, Congress has historically addressed this by allowing states to enact stronger protections when practicable and compatible. Law after revered law has wrestled with the issue of state versus federal protections and found a way to protect state progress. For example, in the area of data protection, HIPAA does not override state laws that provide individuals with greater rights to their health information. In the area of civil rights, the Civil Rights Act does not operate to the exclusion of state laws on the same subject matter. Even in recent history of our committee, we wrestled with preservation of state regulatory authority, including under the Toxic Substances Control Act, TSCA. Preservation of state-level protections and authority are neither a new issue or one that can't be solved. The legislation should take head-on the new world women are living in since June 24th, the date of the Dobbs decision, which stripped the rights of women in our nation and potentially criminalized routine health care. The bill before us has a major loophole that could allow law enforcement to access private data to go after women. For example, under this bill, a sinister prosecutor in a state that criminalizes abortion could use against women their intimate data from search histories or from reproductive health apps. That loophole, in my view, must be addressed. Thirdly, the federal bill should build upon rather than diminish state-level enforcement activities. The rights that Americans enjoy are absolutely empty without proper enforcement of the rights. California has an expert agency whose sole purpose is to ensure California consumers are protected from the exploitation and misuse of their personal information. It has the authority to issue rules, audit businesses, and levy fines. This federal bill, in my view, and the view of others, would compromise California's state agencies' ability to enforce the law by creating ambiguity over the state's agency's authority to defend California's constitutional right to privacy. It would also place major enforcement responsibilities on the historically under-resourced FTC. Others who have concerns are California's governor, the California Attorney General, and the California Privacy Protection Agency. On the issue enforcement, 9 other attorneys general agree with what I'm sharing with you, including those from Illinois, the state of Washington, New Jersey, Connecticut, Maine, Massachusetts, Nevada, New Mexico, and New York. I ask unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, to enter into the record the letters from the Governor of California, the State Attorneys General, and the California Privacy Agency. I recognize that this law would be an improvement for much of the country, but I can't say the same for my constituents and all Californians. So I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
We're going to wait with the letters into the record because I don't have some of them. So we'll wait till the end and then we'll do those. Anyone on the Republican side? Mr. Latta is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I extend my thanks to you, Ranking Member Rogers, and our respective staffs for the tireless work they have undertaken over the last several weeks and months to incorporate feedback from a wide variety of stakeholders in an effort to strengthen the legislation for us today. Since we last met during the subcommittee markup, this legislation has been enhanced to ensure we will have a workable national privacy standard. Notably, the definition of sensitive covered data has been clarified to take on a targeted approach, which ensure that information that does not present a heightened risk to consumers, such as video data, is not roped in to enhance restrictions. This aims also ensures that data uses, such as popular customer loyalty programs, are protected. It is vitally important that we balance the protection of consumer data with the utmost enjoyable parts of the online experience. Finally, I want to emphasize the importance of the work we are doing to protect children from malicious practices online. The safety of our children and the maintenance of their privacy online has been one of the longest standing priorities that we have had. I look forward to supporting these things, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman from Ohio. Anyone on the Democratic side? Ms. Matsui is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you. Since the start of these discussions, one thing has been clear. The California delegation is committed to protecting our state's progress and its ability to lead. From technology to climate change and beyond, our state has secured gains that have benefited the rest of the country. California's pioneer work to rein in dirty vehicle emissions have benefits that extend far beyond our borders. We've used our market share, expertise, and most importantly, a Clean Air Act waiver to pursue policies that benefit all Americans and strengthen our fight against the climate crisis. The regulatory framework has allowed California to move our country forward and serve as a backstop when the administration couldn't or wouldn't act. I believe this ability to continue to raise the bar on privacy is vital for California and the nation. Unfortunately, as drafted, this bill does not preserve that ability. By foreclosing California's ability to act, I believe we are doing my state and the country a profound disservice. Thanks to California voters and many of my constituents, California is home to the first data protection agency in the United States, and our voters and legislature have shown a willingness to act. I don't believe they should be hamstrung. As technology progresses, courts change interpretation of settled law, or administrations come and go. California must remain a voice for consumers everywhere. Governor Newsom, Speaker Rendon, and our state's privacy authority all have severe concerns about this bill and its effect on California, concerns that I share. Quite simply, without additional changes, it does not have my support on the floor. Having said that, from the subcommittee markup today, I believe meaningful progress was made, and I believe that trajectory holds. Chairman Pallone has shown a genuine interest and commitment in meeting the needs of the California delegation, and I want to continue that discussion. So that's what I'll be voting for today, more discussion, because we are not there yet. This process has shown that compromise can be achieved, and I hope it will be moving forward, because we do have a unique opportunity before us, a chance to enact powerful consumer protections for all Americans, a goal I think we should all share. So while I'm voting yes, more work is needed, because as it stands, I can't support this bill on the floor. I'm committed to working with all of my colleagues to ensure that this bill protects not only my state of California, but all Americans online. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank the gentlewoman. On the Republican side, do we have any? We're still talking about the underlying bill, then we'll move to the Ains. Ms. Lesko is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized for 5 minutes.
It's time for individuals to have more control over their private and personal information and data. I looked up on Google, and it says on their page what data Google may collect if a consumer downloads the Gmail app. It's purchases, location, contact information, contacts, user content, search history, identifiers, usage data, diagnostics, other data. Under the App Functionality tab, Gmail links the following data to a consumer: purchases, location, contact info, emails or text messages, photos or videos, audio data, search history, user ID, device ID, product interaction, other data types, which is not explained, so we really have no idea what else is being collected. I think a vast number of my constituents would agree that they want more control over their own private and personal information and data. They don't realize how it is being shared and being sold. I also want to highlight an article that was written on May 4th of 2022. It is entitled "CDC Bought Cell Phone Data to Track Vaccination Lockdown Compliance." It says the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention use location data from tens of millions of Americans' phones to track compliance with lockdown orders and vaccination efforts. The CDC specifically monitored Americans' visits to churches and schools, as well as detailed counts of visits to participating pharmacies for vaccine monitoring, internal documents from the federal agency reveal. It goes on to say, CDC wants to use the data for more than monitoring coronavirus efforts. The CDC wrote that one potential use of cell phone data would be research points of interest for physical activity and chronic disease prevention, such as visits to parks, gyms, or weight management businesses. It also goes on to say in the article, pro-choice activists have also raised concerns that cell phone data from firms like SafeGraph can be used to track women who visit abortion clinics. I think it's time has come to put in the hands of individuals what they choose of their personal and private information to share with others. And I support the legislation, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. Oh, Ms. Dingell is next. Recognized for 5 minutes, the gentlewoman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Stakeholders across the spectrum, from industry, consumer protection groups, civil rights groups, and others, have all called for a strong, comprehensive data privacy law. Consumers care about how their data is used, and I'm encouraged by this opportunity to make real, tangible, bipartisan progress through the American Data Privacy and Protection Act. Privacy is a fundamental right, and any comprehensive privacy bill that comes out of this committee has to do the following things: empower individuals to be the ultimate arbiter of their data and how it is used, protect sensitive and personal information from being misused, including medical information, keep kids safe online, prevent discrimination against consumers and protected classes, clarify the role and expectations of all stakeholders involved in the collection, processing, and transfer of this data, and provide accountability measures for lapses in offering these protections, which, as this committee has examined, have become all too commonplace. I do believe this bill does all of these things, and I want to thank all of my colleagues for working to get many of these priorities addressed. Firstly, and to work with me on some real issues I was concerned about. Firstly, these data protections need to work for the consumer. Individuals' data controls have to be accessible, usable, easily utilized, and understood, so that these tools are not cumbersome for the consumer and simply unable to be understood. We cannot allow overly burdensome or deceptive design practices to diminish a consumer's ownership or control of their data and obfuscate how platforms intend to use their data. The American Data Privacy and Protection Act takes significant steps in this regard to ensure that requests are handled in a manner reasonably anticipated by the user, requires platforms to mitigate privacy risk by design, as well as outlines additional protections for potentially sensitive data. Included in this sensitive data categories are protections for intimate images, particularly those known to be non-consensual, and geolocation data, both of which are crucial for ensuring the safety and security of survivors of domestic violence and abuse, something I care deeply about. One additional issue we can all fundamentally agree on when considering comprehensive privacy reform is that protecting children and their data on these platforms must remain a top priority. This legislation marks a first in extending these protections to children and significantly teenagers. This committee has frequently highlighted the ramifications of social media and data used on minors and their physical and mental health. This legislation makes welcome changes to ensure that these populations receive additional protections and that the unique risks posed by children online are integrated into entities' privacy practices and design. I'm proud that the most recent updates to this legislation ensure that the biggest platforms are not insulated from their responsibilities under the Act, should they already reasonably know that a user is a minor. We know from our work on this committee that some of the biggest companies are aware that their platform or algorithms are harmful to kids and have shielded themselves from making meaningful changes by remaining willfully ignorant when they should otherwise have known a user was a child. The most recent version of this legislation also makes crucial clarifications to ensure that consent requirements for data acquisition and use in non-traditional devices, such as motor vehicles, are obtained in a practical manner that consumers can expect. Furthermore, it ensures that any rulemaking or new mechanisms established consider the capabilities of non-traditional devices, which will protect important safety features and innovative technologies in cars. As I said at the outset, all of us can agree we need a comprehensive privacy bill. Bipartisanship is hard. I wish it wasn't. But the absence of action is not an option. We will not let the perfect get in the way of the good. The American Data Privacy and Protection Act makes much-needed changes that will protect consumers across this country. I thank all of my colleagues on both sides of this committee for their leadership and collaboration on this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlewoman. Does the Republican want to speak? We're still on the underlying bill, and then we'll go to the Ains. Ms. Fletcher is of Texas, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Pallone. Thanks to you and Ranking Member McMorris-Rogers for convening this markup on these important consumer protection bills. As a member of the Consumer Protection and Commerce Subcommittee, I'm really glad to see these bills before the full committee today. And I thank Chairwoman Schakowsky and Ranking Member Bilirakis and committee staff for their leadership and work to draft the comprehensive data privacy bill that's before us today. This legislation, as we've heard from other colleagues, is truly a bipartisan achievement and represents a huge step forward for the rights of consumers. This bill is about consumer control, giving Americans the knowledge and power to choose what data is being collected, determine how that data can be used, and seek recourse when it's used improperly. We have all read the headlines about data breaches, big and small, that put individuals at risk through no fault of their own. And I know we've also seen the headlines that others have referred to about the sale of data by data brokers that consumers and all of us really didn't know was for sale. This bill gives the power back to consumers so that they can determine how much of their data is available and how it can be used. With this legislation, each American can decide if companies can collect their sensitive data, including information about healthcare conditions, debit or credit card numbers, social security numbers, all kinds of things. Each American can decide if companies can keep any data that they've already collected, and each American can decide if their data can be transferred or sold to other companies. And if a company illegally handles their data, Americans have a right to sue for damages that causes. This is a meaningful and important achievement, and I thank my colleagues for all the effort and work on this bill that we're considering today. At this moment, we are seeing challenges to the right to privacy that Americans have come to know and expect in so many areas of our lives, especially in our most personal, private, most important decisions. Today's bill represents important work to protect our data privacy, but we still have work to do to protect the fundamental privacy rights of all Americans in this and other aspects of our lives. And I look forward to working with my colleagues on this committee to do so. Thank you, and I yield back.
We're going to now move to, thank you, Ms. Fletcher. Dr. Joyce wants to be recognized for 5 minutes on the underlying bill. The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to offer my support for H.R. 8152, the American Data and Privacy Protection Act. Now more than ever, we need to prevent big tech from listening in on our conversations and collecting Americans' data without their permission. This bill prevents personal information from being accessed by harmful actors, including the Chinese Communist Party. As we have seen over the last month, this is occurring regularly and needs to be stopped immediately. I would urge all of my colleagues to support this, and I look forward to working together. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Peters seeks recognition for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I want to applaud you and Ranking Member Rogers, Ms. Schakowsky, Mr. Bilirakis for putting together a comprehensive bipartisan privacy bill, the American Data Privacy and Protection Act. Securing a national privacy standard is of paramount importance for the 21st century. At no point in history has so much information about ourselves been made publicly available, whether we consent to that or not. My home state of California has led the charge to secure rights to privacy and has served as inspiration for this legislation and other state laws. And many of us in our delegation have expressed concerns that this bill does not adopt more of the California privacy law. I do appreciate the chairman and his staff doing a lot to accommodate these concerns in the AINs. And ideally, we would take more of California's law. It's really good. It does a lot to protect my constituents. And I know that Ms. Esche will be offering an amendment along those lines. But I would say that this legislation today would not be possible without California's pioneering work. However, I also recognize that a national standard means we should have one standard. And it needs to be easy for consumers and businesses to know what their rights and responsibilities are. That means that the federal standard will necessarily require federal preemption of the various state standards. If we fail to enact the federal standard, we could have 50 different privacy laws, which would be a disaster. One standard provides certainty and security for businesses and consumers. And we also know without these provisions, this would not be a bipartisan bill. I note that there are 3 aspects of this bill that give at least as much protection to California as current law. First, the ADPPA builds on California's limitations on how personal information can be used. It has landmark data minimization protections, which get beyond failed notice and choice regimes and meaningfully protect consumer privacy by stopping the unnecessary collection of data in the first place. Second, the bill includes robust anti-discrimination protections and requires big firms test algorithms for biases that affect access to and eligibility for a wide range of essential needs, including housing, employment, credit, healthcare, education, and public accommodations. And third, California led on protecting kids online, and the ADPPA expands these protections. While those under 15 must opt in or have their parents opt in to have their data sold in California, this legislation flatly prohibits targeted advertising to anyone under 17 and creates an entire youth and marketing division at the FTC. There's no state law in California or elsewhere that protects kids online as much as this bill. Finally, I generally don't like the idea of carve-outs for various state laws, but the ones here are mostly focused on giving maximum flexibility to states to enforce the same federal standard without creating inconsistencies in the standard itself. Flexibility and enforcement makes sense to me, and this bill specifically authorized the California Privacy Protection Agency to be able to enforce this legislation in the same way it otherwise enforces California's law. We all live in the digital age. It's time we update our laws to reflect that and provide protections for all Americans. I look forward to the work that will go on between now and when it's finally on the floor. Hope we can get closer to the California standards that lead the country, but I also hope we don't miss this opportunity. And Mr. Chairman, I thank you and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Anyone else on either side that wants to speak on the underlying bill? Otherwise, we're going to go to the AINs.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes. Ms.
I'd like
Schreier?
to speak.
Yes, the
After
gentlewoman
these beeps,
from,
I'd like to speak.
gentlewoman from Washington State is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to speak in support of this bipartisan legislation to shore up online privacy. As a mom and a pediatrician, I am really concerned about the impact of the internet and social media on our kids, and also what that means for their privacy and protections long term. You know, from the moment our 3-year-old picks up our phone to do a little puzzle, that alters our digital footprint. From the moment we share their birth announcement or photos online, they are developing their own digital footprint. So that means that by the time they're 18, the amount of data that companies have gathered might mean the companies know just as much or more about our kids than we do as parents. And this bipartisan bill on privacy takes solid, tangible steps to protect our kids online. A big one of these is that companies must factor in the risks to individuals under 17 in their privacy policies, practices, procedures, and algorithmic design of large data holders. This legislation finally makes kids a priority. I'm glad to see specifically that part of this legislation targets how algorithms affect our kids. These algorithms determine what our children will see next when they're online and can have a dramatic, sometimes dangerous impact on children's mental health and resilience. We all have the right to strong privacy protections. We have the right to know who's using our data and what data they're collecting and what they are doing with it. Personally, I don't use social media, but I do use apps on my phone for continuous blood glucose monitoring, analyzing patterns, time and range, and for controlling my insulin pump. They help me manage my diabetes well. And I'm so grateful that this technology exists to help me stay healthy. Using technology to collect data is extremely useful in so many ways. But that biometric information is my personal information, and I should be the one to decide who and in what way gets to see that. For example, it could be used for advertising purposes, sending ads for blood glucose monitors or insulin discounts to me. But could it also be used to affect health insurance rates or car insurance rates? And that is why it is so important that this bill protects us from the collection of sensitive data. Our health, financial, personal information should be protected, and this bill also protects data around other parts of our identities like race, ethnicity, genetic information, and location. This right to data privacy puts us back in the driver's seat. It will protect our children as they navigate the web, and it will allow us to control who gets access to our private information. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. I think we're going to move to the Ains. So I now,
Chair?
Mr. Cardenas? Oh,
No.
Mr. Ruiz? You want to
Yes,
speak
sir.
on the underlying bill? You recognized?
Yes.
Recognized for 5
Yes.
minutes?
Thank you. I want to start by thanking this committee for all of the hard work that you've done on this critical issue. This bill represents a tremendous step forward in developing a national standard for data privacy to protect consumers, and it contains a number of smart provisions like prohibiting companies from collecting data that is completely unrelated from what the company needs to provide the service. That should be the standard.
Is there anything we can do to get him back? What do you say? Is there,
They deserve, and
here
everyone
he
in our
is, okay.
country should have similar protections. Did you guys miss me or?
we missed a little bit. You can repeat or just move on, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, okay. I'll just start at this part, and it contains a number of smart provisions like prohibiting companies from collecting data that is completely unrelated from what the company needs to provide the service. That should be the standard for the country, and as a member from California, I especially am aware of how important data privacy is. Our legislature and our citizens have been leading the country on this topic, first with the passage of the California Consumer Privacy Act, and then later with the California Privacy Rights. These two bills gave Californians the rights over their data that they deserve, and everyone in our country should have similar protections from big tech collecting data they don't need and selling it without permissions. I do believe that we should work with California to ensure the highest levels of protection in this legislation, particularly since California helped lead the way to establish these rights. I know that this committee has been taking these concerns into account and trying to make as many changes as possible to address them. This latest substitute amendment makes a number of important changes that gets us closer to where we need to be. However, I'm very hopeful that this committee will continue to work with California and the California Privacy Protection Agency to address their concerns. I know that this process has been a collaborative effort and one that has brought together a number of stakeholders who don't always agree. I believe that this committee will continue that approach to address California's concerns and make this a bill as strong as it possibly can be as it moves forward through the legislative process. I will support this bill today because I believe it is an important step forward in ensuring the consumers across the country are protected and their data is secure, and I will support efforts to ensure that Californians have the protections they voted for. With that, I yield the balance. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Dr. Ruiz. Mr. Hudson is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your leadership on this and for Ranking Member Rogers and the staff of the committee for how much work has been put into this legislation. It's not perfect, but I think we've got a good product and keeps getting better. Advertising is the lifeblood of American small business. What began as taking out an ad in a local paper has become a global connection between consumer and product. Modern-day advertising has grown businesses across the nation and made places like Carthage, Sanford, and Barbecue, North Carolina, the epicenter of global commerce. It's truly incredible that a barbecue rub and sauce business in North Carolina can reach and attract customers in Spokane, Washington, and New Brunswick, New Jersey. While the internet has made us more connected than ever and allows businesses to flourish, big tech has taken advantage of the lack of a national privacy standard and exploited customer data. I'm encouraged with many aspects of this bill and how it will put consumers in the driver's seat when it comes to their data, not Silicon Valley. However, I have concerns that some language in this bill could create an unintended big tech consolidation of advertising power and negatively impact small businesses' ability to grow their footprint through targeted advertising. I asked Mr. Chairman that we consider conducting an economic impact analysis so we can better understand the implications these provisions will have, particularly on our small businesses. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. All right, can we move on to the Ains? I think so. All right, I'm going to recognize myself to call up the Ains amendment in the nature of the substitute, and the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8152, offered by Mr. Pallone of New Jersey.
Madam
Strike
Clerk,
all.
without objection, the reading of the Ains will be dispensed with, and I recognize myself for 5 minutes in support of the Ains. As I mentioned in my opening, enacting bipartisan national privacy legislation has evaded Congress because it is difficult. We've gotten this far through a deliberative process that has benefited from regular order, and it's the only way we're ultimately going to get this bill signed into law. This Ains marks another major step forward in this process. Our children deserve to live in a world where their leaders work together to enact strong and meaningful safeguards to protect them online. I believe that if we do nothing, what we will say the next time a privacy scandal breaks and we again learn of tech conglomerates harming our children, our family, or our neighbors, and we'll say we regret that we didn't do this. We took the feedback we received and included things like even stronger protections for kids, expanded the categories of sensitive data, and ensured that businesses can comply with the oversight requirements in this bill. So the new knowledge standard in the Ains requires those companies with the greatest reach and resources to better understand how their platforms are targeting kids and to protect kids who use their platforms. In the Ains, we've expanded the categories of sensitive covered data to include race, color, ethnicity, religion, union membership, and internet browsing history over time and across third-party websites or online services. The algorithmic impact assessments and evaluations are also more tailored to ensure evaluations are completed on those algorithms that pose consequential risks to individuals. As you all know, the private right of action and preemption provisions have been the most difficult points of negotiation on the data privacy legislation for the last decade. In this case, I believe we've made substantial progress again. The private right of action provision has been updated so that enforcement begins 2 years after the effective date of the bill, and the bill prohibits pre-dispute arbitration agreements to include any dispute involving claims related to gender or partner-based violence or physical harm. We also strike the right balance in the preemption section by ensuring that states are empowered to pursue enforcement under the bill and legislate on matters that touch on privacy. So there's a lot in this AINS. I know a number of members in their statements in support of the bill have talked about how myself and Ms. Rogers and others on a bipartisan basis have continued to make changes to the bill to accommodate their concerns. And so we've done that, and that's why I urge my colleagues to support the AINS. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time. Other members seek, I know a lot of people already talked about the AINS, but not everybody did. Yes, Dr. Bouchon is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I think all of us are becoming increasingly aware of the extent to which our data and our constituents' data is gathered, aggregated, and sold concerning nearly every aspect of our lives. Much of our economy and modern society are built upon such practices, and the use of data can bring many benefits to consumers, educators, businesses, and patients. But there is also a clear need to ensure the American people can know how their data is being used and by whom, and a need to establish what is acceptable and how that can be accomplished in a way that protects individuals' privacy. I believe today's AINS on the American Data Privacy Protection Act does include common sense data and privacy measures, such as specific protections for kids under the age of 17, privacy by design principles, and an overarching federal standard governing these issues. It also protects small businesses from frivolous lawsuits handed out by trial lawyers and provides other entities an opportunity to rectify any violations through a right to cure. I applaud Chairman Pallone and Ranking Member Rogers and their teams for including these and for the extensive work it has taken on this bill to get us to this point. Not every part of this legislation is written exactly as I would prefer. For instance, the clinical research and HIPAA-related provisions are not as strong or as clear as they should be, in my view. HIPAA has provided the gold standard of data protection, and I believe there is a bipartisan agreement that this legislation should provide clear guardrails on HHS's authority to regulate in the space. However, I am willing to bet that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle also have changes they would make if they were drafting their ideal bill. Instead, they worked with our side on a compromise solution, and that's the way Congress should work. It's important because Europe, China, and individual states already recognize the need to enact privacy laws to avoid the multitude of dangers to American citizens and businesses if we continue to sit idle and allow others to lead the way. The American Data Privacy Protection Act is a huge step forward in ensuring Hoosiers and Americans across the country know how their data is being used and how their data is protected by those they interact with. I look forward to continuing to work with the committee staff and my colleagues on this effort, and I'll be supportive of this legislation today in this committee hearing. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Ms. Castor is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's dive into why we think it's so important to adopt a national privacy law, particularly that addresses children online. Online and digital technology tracking and data gathering have outpaced current privacy protections in the law. Many companies have been violating the minimal privacy protections that are in the law today as devices and applications have become more sophisticated. And the United States has fallen behind other countries when it comes to online privacy protections. So let's examine some of the evidence relating to kids, relating to social media and online technology. It's changed children's behavior, increased anxiety, depression, and self-harm. Many of the tech companies keep kids addicted to their platforms to boost their bottom line. Some have violated the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act and paid fines just as the cost of doing business. So here's some of the research. Here's the U.S. National Survey on Drug Use and Health. The percentage of teens who had major depression in the last year, you can see the trend line since social media and online interactions with kids have become more common. The next one is also very disturbing. The next is from CDC. Emergency room visits for self-harm have increased very rapidly among teen girls beginning in 2010. This was corroborated by another study on hospital admissions for non-fatal health self-harm
for girls, all very disturbing. And this committee heard direct testimony from Frances Haugen, the Facebook whistleblower, on how Facebook and Instagram do their own research that social media can damage the mental health of children, especially teenage girls. But they proceeded to target kids and keep them addicted. And the ranking member will remember this very well because she asked, Representative Rogers asked Mark Zuckerberg in March of 2021 about their research, did they have it, and their impact, and the impact on kids. He dissembled. He said, overall, the research we have seen is that social media apps are helpful. They help connect kids. They can have positive mental health benefits by helping them feel more connected and less lonely. He knew better. He knew he was misguiding this committee. So what are we going to do? We're going to take action today. We're going to ban targeted advertising to kids. We're going to rope off kids' private personal data. We're going to require companies to get affirmative consent before transferring kids' data. We're going to create a new focus on youth privacy and marketing at the FTC. And together, we have strengthened the knowledge provisions to ensure that we're protecting our kids' personal data. Children and teens under this bill will receive strong safeguards to protect their privacy online. These are young people who are now subjected to relentless surveillance from marketers who employ stealthy big data tactics to track and target our kids and adolescents when they use mobile phones, gaming platforms, and social media. We're going to aim to keep young people safe and prevent them from being targeted with discriminatory and manipulative tactics and ensure they're treated fairly in the digital marketplace. With this bill, companies like TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook won't be able to say that they don't have any knowledge that children are using their products. They won't be able to put their heads in the sand and say they didn't know children are on their platforms. We're going to have to keep working, though. It's not perfect. We're going to have to keep working to ensure that companies are designing and developing products and they put the best interests of kids first. So I want to thank everyone for moving this legislation forward today, and I urge that we do so expeditiously. I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. Anyone on the, Mr. Dunn is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I fought for transparency regarding whether companies that are operating in the United States are sharing personal and sensitive data with our adversaries such as China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. Because of this committee's work, for the first time we have an opportunity to actually accomplish this goal. Big tech and private companies must stop sharing Americans' private, sensitive information. This practice undermines our national security and our personal security, and putting an end to it is long overdue. Additionally, it's been proven that a patchwork of state privacy laws would lead to excessive compliance costs, ultimately hurting small businesses and consumers' wallets. A preemptive federal data privacy and security law gives businesses, both large and small, the certainty they need to continue innovating. It'll also improve the competition in the technology industry that'll balance big tech. However, it is critically important that we get this language right so that no industry is unintentionally harmed. For example, the healthcare industry, in which patient data is already protected by HIPAA and other currently enacted laws. And on that note, I'd like to associate myself with the comments made by my colleague, Dr. Bouchon, especially regarding clinical research data. So I look forward to working with my colleagues today on this important legislation, and I'll be voting yes on it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. McNerney is next, recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank the chair. You know, I want to commend the committee staff for their frantic work on preparing the AINs. The initial draft of the ADPPA was good. It had real strengths, such as data minimization, but there were weaknesses in comparison with the California Consumer Privacy Act. Consequently, significant input was given to the committee staff on strengthening the ADPPA, and most of it was incorporated. The result, in my opinion, is that the AINS is stronger than either the initial draft or the CPPA, but more can still be done. I deeply appreciate the remarks of my California colleague, Ms. Matsui, that she will vote for the AINS so that we can continue to improve the ADPPA product, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Anyone on the Republican side? Mr. Cardenas is next
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
for 5 minutes.
Thank you. It's not required that we use our whole 5 minutes, right, Mr. Chairman?
Certainly not.
Okay. I just appreciate my colleagues. I'll try to be as disciplined as you all as not using the whole 5 minutes. But again, I echo all of the words and sentiments and the heartfelt appreciation of all the work that the chairman, the ranking member have done on this very, very critical, important issue, and all the staff from the committee staff all the way to our individual staff. So thank you all very, very much for all the wonderful work that we're doing to get this pretty darn good bill where it's at today. And we still have other hurdles such as the United States Senate. So, so far so good though. I feel good about the outcome of this AINS, this bill today. I also would like to thank my colleagues, such as my California colleague, Scott Peters, who very eloquently reminded us how we can make sure that we make this bill as good as possible in this committee throughout the process by the time we get to the floor, and hopefully we can get good negotiations with the Senate as well. And I also want to thank my colleague, Ms. Castor, for always working on issues when it comes to protecting our children. I'm so proud of the many of us on both sides of the aisle who drill down and drill deep on making sure that we work on issues to protect the American people in so many different ways. But with that, I'd like to start off with some questions for council. My first question is that as I read this AINS, this version of the bill that we're going to vote on in just a few minutes, it was written to give the organizations like the CPPA the authority to enforce the American Data Privacy and Protection Act in the same manner as it would otherwise enforce the current California Consumer Privacy Act. Am I correct in that reading of the bill?
Council will respond to the gentleman.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. That is my understanding as well.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman, as the author of the bill, is that an accurate interpretation so far?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. My next point of clarification is state enforcement agencies, including the CPPA in California, are also intended to have the authority to bring regulatory or administrative enforcement actions for violations of the American Data Privacy Act and Protection Act to enforce the federal law. Is that an accurate reading of the way the bill is written at this time, this AINS?
We'll ask the council again.
Yeah, council.
The question is whether state enforcement
The council maybe should bring that mic closer because I
sorry,
can't really hear.
State enforcement agencies may also enforce the act. Is that the question?
Correct.
Yes, that is my understanding as well.
Okay. And that's the chairman's interpretation at this time as well?
I'm going to agree with everything the council said.
All right. I'm trying to keep it simple. Okay, my next question is, this bill is intended to allow state attorneys generals and privacy authorities to bring cases for violations of this bill in federal court for injunctive relief to obtain damages, penalties, restitution, or other compensation. Is that correct, the way the bill is written at this time?
That is my understanding as well.
Okay, so therefore, would California be able to recover the monetary penalties, potentially be able to recover the monetary penalties associated with enforcement as it currently can under California state privacy law?
Yes, that is my understanding as well.
Okay, thank you. Yours as well, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Okay, okay, thank you. Again, I really am enjoying the work that has been going on to bring this bill to where it's at today. There's no such thing as a perfect legislation. Why, in my opinion, it's because human beings are creating it. And that's not casting any aspersions on the members of Congress. We're just human beings and a subset of the bigger picture, and we're trying our best and we're doing our best. And I just wanted to give a shout out once again to all the staff for the thousands of hours of work that they've done going back and forth, and the incredible patience that everybody has shown with each other. And with these very contentious back and forth, night and day efforts, I don't have any reports from my understanding and my staff's understanding that anybody got out of hand or what have you, and that's a testament to the professionalism of the people that we have working for us. So with that, with the last 10 seconds, I yield back.
All right. I thank the gentleman. Anyone else? Oh, I know we have Ms. Trahan. Anybody on the Republican side? If not, we'll go to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts who's been waiting for a long time to speak. The
Thank you, Mr.
gentlewoman is
Chairman.
recognized.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The legislation before us today impacts nearly every entity that collects and processes data pertaining to consumers. That means that the leaders on this committee and their staff have had to listen to and balance the input of nearly every industry. And they've had to do so while navigating the concerns of various state governments. That's all to say that this has been an enormous lift, and the sponsors of this legislation have done an incredible amount of work requiring balanced and nuanced thinking. We owe each of them a tremendous debt of gratitude. Of course, a bill of this magnitude and importance will always have room for improvement, but I am so heartened by the continued improvement and clarifications that have been made since our subcommittee markup. That's especially true of the protections for children that Congresswoman Castor so eloquently articulated. Not only will companies no longer be permitted to use child data to target ads, but covered high-impact social media companies will have to meet a constructive knowledge standard. And this one is important to me and so many other moms out there. Software used in schools will also be covered by the provisions in this bill. Finally, moving us one step closer to a world where parents can send their kids to school in person or online and trust that the data being collected is in service of their child's education, not advertisers' bottom line. This bill addresses so many of the challenges that have been discussed in this committee for a long time, and with its passage today, we'll show the hardworking families that we represent that Congress can do more than just talk. Thank you. I yield back.
All right. Did I miss the gentleman from Vermont? Is there anybody on the Republican side? If not, we'll go to our friend from Vermont.
Well, two things. Number one, it is so heartening to see the good work of our chairman and our ranking member to bring to the floor, or pardon me, bring to the committee in a bill on privacy that is so profoundly important. And I thank you, Mr. Pallone. I thank Ms. McMorris-Rogers for that. I do want to say something about forced arbitration. We've made progress in here, but you know, forced arbitration is really inhibiting people who've been injured from having their rights asserted. One of the things we have to have, whether it's with big tech or anyone else who has significant power, is accountability. Accountability is extremely important. And what we've seen is that forced arbitration has been imposed on folks who have a legitimate claim, and it is very clear that it works very much to the benefit of the person or the entity that's trying to avoid accountability. We've made a little progress here, but I just want to express my concern that as we proceed, I want to see if we can strengthen the protection that people have to the judicial system to protect their rights. You know, we passed a bill on a big bipartisan basis that provided sexual assault victims to be able to not be subject to forced arbitration. And that basic principle that you have a right to go to court in order to assert your rights is very important, and I'd like to see that improved. Thank you very much. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Unless there are others who want to speak, we're going to go to bipartisan amendments. Are there others?
Chairman?
The gentlewoman from Delaware is
Mr. Chairman,
Was there a Republican?
in a virtual world here.
Who's, oh, it's Mr. McKeechin, or we'll go to Ms. Blunt Rochester first. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word, and I yield to my colleague, Ms. Castor from Florida.
I thank my colleague for yielding. I just wanted to make sure that we have a couple of things on the record when it comes to preemption, because In this bill, we use covering preemption, so when state laws aren't substantially subsumed by federal law, they won't be preempted. When it comes to the children's piece, and for our colleague Ms. Eshu and others who are worried about this, what will be submitted into the record is a statement from Common Sense Media, a statement on the latest version, the AINS, where they say that the AINS protects significantly more kids than California or current federal law. Also, I want to make sure it's clear on the record that in practice, what we're doing here in American Data Privacy and Protection Act before us will preempt only some of the provisions within design code bills. Some are moving through states right now. Those preempted provisions would be the ones covered by this bill dealing with advertising and privacy. Other provisions in design code bills, like requirements that say tech companies must act in the best interest of the child, which we don't touch or cover in this bill, will go forward. I think that's the right policy choice, and I urge members to support it. Also, just so everyone knows that, and you see at the end, what will go into the record includes this very detailed U.S. Surgeon General's advisory on protecting youth mental health, where they lay out a lot of the recommendations that we've now adopted in the bill we're going to move today, along with Facebook files, Wall Street Journal article, other comments from Common Sense Media, the testimony of Frances Haugen, and others. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
And the gentlewoman from Delaware?
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. And I think we heard Mr. McEachin wanted to speak. Does a gentleman seek recognition? Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and speak to the AINS. Mr. Chairman, let me start off by saying that I appreciate the hard work that you've done and the rest of the committee leadership has done on both sides of the aisle to get us to this point. However, I associate myself with the comments of those who've said I'm voting yes to encourage more conversation, because at this point, this bill does not enjoy my support on the floor. I want to raise a critical issue that I hope will help us sort of focus on some things here. We want to hold big tech accountable, yet we have gone forward and allowed forced arbitration to exist. Now you say, well, look, we've exempted actions involving children. Well, you haven't given us anything in that regard, Mr. Chairman, because children can't contract in the first instance. So they can't agree to forced arbitration. And in carving these or creating these carve-outs that we've created, we are basically saying that there's something imperfect about forced arbitration. Well, if it's imperfect in some areas, it ought to be imperfect across the board, Mr. Chairman. We shouldn't be forcing folks into arbitration. And after all, Mr. Chairman, if we open up our federal constitution, as well as our state constitutions, in many cases at least, we will see that we are guaranteed a right to a jury trial. Jury trials are sacred in this country. I sort of have to chuckle when I hear my colleagues talk about frivolous lawsuits. That's oftentimes because they don't like the results of that lawsuit, the results that their constituents came up with, because their constituents are the jurors. Their constituents who are wise enough to elect us to Congress have come up with an answer that we don't necessarily like, and so all of a sudden, it becomes a frivolous lawsuit. Mr. Chairman, we cannot continue in this vein of assuming that we're going to hold big tech accountable and have that compatible with forced arbitration. And Mr. Chairman, I have to say that the prior bill before the AINS was better in the notion of allowing class action lawsuits. No one person can take on big tech by themselves. They've got too much money, they've got too many lawyers. Regular people have to come together in a collective action. Oftentimes we call that class action. Sometimes we call it mass torts, to be able to bring their action and to be able to afford the cost of bringing their action against big tech. To the extent that we have disallowed disallowed class actions in this law, in this legislation, we've done a disservice to every single American. And we've given big tech more leverage than they ought to have over the American public. Mr. Chairman, these are just some of the issues that I have with this bill. I would point out, and I say with a certain degree of pride, but also with a certain degree of humility, because I was blessed to have these opportunities, that those who negotiated this so-called compromise and this AIMS rarely, if ever, walked inside of a courtroom, rarely, if ever, had to look at a jury in their eyes, rarely had ever had to represent somebody who'd been injured by a big corporation, whether it was big tech or someone else. I've had the pleasure and the opportunity to do that, and I am telling this committee, and I'm telling the American public that this dog won't hunt. Ultimately, we will have to come back and do wholesale changes if we really intend to hold big tech accountable. Mr. Chairman, again, I thank you for your time. I thank you for your patience with me, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. Anyone else on the AINS? Otherwise, we're going to move to the bipartisan amendments. So the first of those is the gentlewoman from Arizona, I believe, Ms. Lesko. Do you seek recognition to offer an amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
And your amendment is labeled what?
Amendment number 1.
Clerk will report the Lesko amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8152, offered by Ms. Lesko of Arizona.
And Madam Clerk, without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentlewoman from Arizona is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to the new digital landscape, our kids face constantly evolving threats. We must work hard every day to identify those threats and figure out how to better protect our children. Our commitment to our children must never falter. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children leads the fight against abduction, abuse, and exploitation, because every child deserves a safe childhood. That is why Representative Castor and I are offering an amendment to exclude the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children from the definition of covered entity to ensure they can collect, process, and transfer data to prevent and assist in any child abduction, trafficking, abuse, and exploitation. In my home state of Arizona, there is a total of 138 missing and unidentified children in the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children's database. It is my hope that the amendment I have introduced will help bring these children home. And with that, I yield back.
Is anyone, a gentlewoman from New Hampshire, Ms. Custer, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Pallone, and thank you to my Republican colleague, Congresswoman Lesko, for joining me on this amendment. I'm pleased to see this committee take meaningful action to advance comprehensive privacy legislation with the American Data Privacy and Protections Act, creating historic protections and data security for Granite Staters and Americans all across this country. While modern technology has come incredibly far and has become a staple of our everyday lives, we must ensure that our right to privacy and data security evolves with our innovation. In New Hampshire, my constituents are increasingly concerned with how their private data is being shared, and I'm proud to see that the bill we're considering today strengthens and affirms Americans' right to online privacy. While it's critical to have strong guardrails so that our data, especially for children, is protected, we must ensure that organizations such as the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children can access life-saving information to find missing children and prevent the spread of child sexual abuse materials. The presence of online predators should alarm all of us. In 2021, the National Center received about 30 million reports of over 85 million child exploitation files. My fear is these reported cases only skim the surface, which is why I have introduced the End Child Exploitation Act earlier in this Congress to safeguard children from online exploitation. We know that access to online evidence is key to locating missing children and preventing further child exploitation. My amendment today would ensure the National Center can continue to serve as the congressionally designated resource on missing and exploited children issues. The National Center's access to processing and transferring of data related to suspected abductors, traffickers, and sexual offenders is essential to helping law enforcement rescue these children from harm and ensuring that the perpetrators will be brought to justice. As we work to protect the personal privacy of all Americans and create safeguards to ensure that our children are not taken advantage of online, we must also prioritize supporting law enforcement as they work to protect our children. Thank you. I urge all of my colleagues to support our bipartisan amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Anyone on the Republican side? Mr. Bilirakis is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I move to strike the last word. I fully
Gentleman's recognized.
support this amendment. I want to thank Representative Lesko and Representative Custer, two very productive members of this committee, for sponsoring this amendment. This amendment fully exempts the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children from the definition of covered entities in Section 2 of this particular bill. As a Republican leader on the Consumer Protection and Commerce Subcommittee, one of my top priorities has been to ensure we are protecting our children online. It's one of the reasons why I believe we need to continue to work on our big tech accountability platform with regards to children in the coming months. One stakeholder that I work with closely is NCMEC, who serves as a private nonprofit organization and a congressionally designated clearinghouse on missing and exploiting children issues. NCMEC has a unique role in collecting and processing sensitive data from members of the public through their call centers and from private organizations, all for the purpose of finding missing children, combating child exploitation, and deterring child victimization. For example, NCMEC needs access to location data to locate these children, obviously, and it must continue to transfer data about suspected abusers to law enforcement. In closing, I'm grateful that this bill offers significant safeguards to prevent companies from exploiting children's data. This amendment is one additional safeguard to help confirm that NCMEC can keep their core mission to protect against child sexual abuse material online and work to help victims of child trafficking and exploitation. We must allow this to continue. They do great work. So I urge passage of this particular amendment, and I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, gentlemen. Let me just mention, everybody, we're ordering lunch. We're not going to take a recess. We're going to get you lunch, but it may be another hour by the time it gets here. But I just want everybody to know. I'm not providing the menu. It's mostly chicken for the most part. Some kind of chicken. All right, anyone else on the Lesko amendment on either side? No? All right, do we want to record it? No? Okay, we'll move to a voice vote. If there's no further debate, proceed to a vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the Lesko amendment will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment from the gentlewoman from Arizona is agreed to. Are there further amendments? I think we have others, bipartisan amendments to the Ains.
I have an amendment.
The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, what is yours?
It's labeled H8152_FC_AMDT_2.
You have that, Madam Clerk? Does the clerk have the Trahan amendment?
Yes, sir.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8152, offered by Mr. Han of Massachusetts. Page
Without
36.
objection, Madam Clerk, the reading of the Trahan Amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentlewoman from Massachusetts is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This legislation protects data in so many fantastic ways, and my amendment, co-led with Mr. Bouchon, supports something that I believe all of us care about: covered entities contributing to independent, thoughtful, and rigorous research that supports innovation and evidence-based policy, all while protecting users' data rights. The text of the amendment simply clarifies that a covered entity can share data with researchers following both existing processes used by university institutional review boards, and, when that's not applicable, clear guidance provided by the FTC. This clarification will ensure that covered entities can still share data with researchers to explore questions that don't fit neatly under, quote, human subjects. For example, how does TikTok's algorithm predict when to display self-harm content to a teen? Or how can connected car technology keep drivers and passengers safe? Ensuring that researchers can still access this kind of data is critically important. Lastly, I know the committee has been monitoring Europe's tech policy advancements, understanding that the internet spans borders and fundamentally impacts trade. Just last month, the European Digital Media Observatory issued similar guidance for researchers under Article 40 of the EU's General Data Protection Regulation. It's critical that researchers operating in the United States also have a clear understanding of how they can work with covered entities while protecting data covered under this legislation. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request unanimous consent to enter into the record the report published by the European Digital Media Observatory's Working Group on Platform to Researcher Data Access.
We're going to, again, wait till the end to introduce all the reports, but so far, they all seem fine.
Thank you.
We'll wait till the end.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the gentlewoman, Dr. Bouchon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Congresswoman Trahan for leading this amendment. As a physician myself, I know how important a role that clinical health trials play in developing new life-saving drugs and treatments. The American Data Privacy Protection Act includes some requirements for data minimization, limiting the collection, processing, or transfer of covered data. This obviously should include personal health information. I'm proud to support this amendment that would specifically amend the permissible purposes under which an entity may use someone's data to include clinical health trials data by stating that such research adheres to relevant laws and regulations for the protection of human subjects. I will note that the phrase laws and regulations doesn't capture all research standards, effectively limiting the application of this amendment to public or peer-reviewed research that is in the public interest. As we move forward, I would like to see additional language clarifying this approach would also apply to research done by the private sector. We must ensure that all medical researchers developing the cures of tomorrow are allowed to gather and handle the data they require to do this important work. Again, I'd like to thank Congresswoman Trahan for addressing this issue and support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. Anyone else on the Trahan? Mr. Bilirakis is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I support this amendment and urge unanimous passage. I want to thank my friend and subcommittee members, Dr. Bouchon and Dr. Dunn in particular, and of course, the leader of this particular amendment, Ms. Trahan. This amendment will preserve the critical work being done by private sector with regard to medical research and clinical trials. One of the permissible purposes in the language of the bill regarding data minimization ensures that entities can conduct public or peer-reviewed scientific, historical, and statistical research projects that are in the public interest and are governed by other laws and regulations about how to conduct that particular research. The amendment offered here will clarify that this includes human clinical trial data regulations as governed by institutional review boards. These institutional review boards are specifically designated to review and monitor biomedical research ethics and trial designs and can improve or disapprove research. These boards ensure that companies use informed consent documents and promote the welfare of humans who have decided to enter into a clinical trial. It is paramount that we ensure that we are allowing biomedical research to continue uninterrupted without the threat of a new regulatory regime, so that the work they are doing to innovate and advance treatments and cures for patients across the country is maintained. This all while ensuring that companies that do not fall under HIPAA and have access to sensitive health information, such as Apple and Google, remain under the strict requirements of this particular bill. This is so very important, and I appreciate the doctors on my side of the aisle and Ms. Trahan bringing this amendment forward. Thank you, and I urge passage of the amendment. Yield back the balance.
Thank you. We're on the Trahan amendment. Anybody else? Yes, Mr. Dunn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to associate myself with the remarks of Dr. Bouchon regarding this matter. This committee has responsibility to ensure that American medical researchers can continue to lead the way in important basic and clinical research, which relies on accessing healthcare data. And when I was first practicing, we hand-wrote patient information on paper and stored it in filing cabinets. Times have changed. In today's world, patient information is digitized into data systems that can be analyzed rapidly by many technologies, both remotely and locally. Our researchers need certainty that this important life-saving research is not unintentionally obstructed. This amendment is an important first step to clarify that data in medical research is already protected by current healthcare laws, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment. I'd like to note my appreciation for the bipartisan effort on this, and I thank Dr. Bouchon and Ms. Trahan and all of my colleagues for this clarification. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Anyone else on the, yes, Mr. Joyce?
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for yielding. I do support this overall package, and I would like to additionally offer my support for this amendment. While we acknowledge in the base bill that covered entities may use data for research, many clinical trials are underway right now would not be considered permissible as they may not be public or peer-reviewed, even though this would be necessary to comply with long-standing federal standards and ensure that studies are subjected to through thorough review and oversight of independent ethics boards. Without an explicit exemption tied to these existing standards, I worry about unintended consequences in the field of cutting-edge biomedical research. I urge my colleagues to fully address this issue, and I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you. Anyone else on the Trahan amendment? If not, voice vote? Okay. We'll proceed to a vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. Okay, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to, and we'll now move to any further bipartisan amendments to the AIMS. Ms. Castor, the gentlewoman from Florida, is your amendment
I have an amendment at the
labeled?
desk. It's labeled H8152, Amendment 4.
Clerk has the amendment.
Yes, sir.
Clerk will report the Castor amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8152, offered by Ms. Castro of Florida. Page 43.
Without
strike-
objection, Madam Clerk, the reading of the Castor amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Wahlberg, for joining with me in this amendment and for his efforts to improve children's online privacy. This is an amendment relating to privacy by design. Because we're at a watershed moment when it comes to protecting children's online privacy and safety and health, as evidence on the ways in which children and teens are being harmed online are increasingly apparent. The last decade has seen a revolution in the amount of time that kids spend online. Research from 2019 found that preschool children were averaging 2.5 hours of screen time per day, while preteens averaged almost 5 hours per day, and teens almost 7.5 hours per day. And then the pandemic supercharged all of these trends. Screen time for children is estimated to have increased by 50% during the pandemic, and 35% of parents report that their children began using social media during the pandemic at a younger age than their parents originally planned. We, as legislators, and many of us as parents, need to honestly reckon with the harms to children and teens that are arising as a result. The examples, unfortunately, abound, from 19-year-old Alexis Spence, who was able to create her first Instagram account at the age of 11 without her parents' knowledge and in violation of the platform's minimum age requirement of 13. Alexis is now suing Instagram for fostering addictive usage, which she alleges has resulted in an eating disorder, self-harm, and thoughts of suicide. Thanks to Frances Haugen, we know that Instagram is well aware that its platform is linked to worsening body image and mental health issues among teen girls in particular. To Julia Anderson, who at age 16 posted sexualized videos on TikTok because she learned that if you post stuff showing your body, people will start liking it. And Joshua, a 12-year-old from Colorado who passed away after attempting the Blackout Challenge on TikTok, which encourages young people to hold their breath until they pass out. These are unacceptable tragedies that are motivating legislators and regulators around the world to require companies to be more proactive when building safeguards for children into their products and then penalizing them if they fail to do so. These harms are arising in part due to inadequate data privacy and security safeguards. And to help combat this, we need strong privacy by design standards that advocates for mitigation of risk to children in an age-appropriate way. Platforms often are designed with engagement, profit, and bottom lines in mind, more so than the well-being and health of kids. So our amendment will help push companies to continually assess the data they're collecting from kids of different ages, think about what risk it poses to them, and identify what can be done to mitigate it. It should make sense to everyone here today. What might be okay for an adult is different than what is okay for a teenager and child. And my amendment will also help reduce the burden on parents who would otherwise have to try to make sense of long, convoluted privacy policies. It will make companies think at the outset about how they are collecting, processing, and transferring data, and how to mitigate the subsequent harm of those actions. Design plays a huge role in the online experience for kids, and the safeguards in my amendment will improve the well-being of children. Thank you. I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back my time.
Thank the gentlewoman. Does Mr. Wahlberg seek to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Protecting our kids' privacy online has been a long priority of mine. Though this is not a perfect bill, I'm encouraged by the significant changes that have been made to the children's privacy section and others, and I appreciate it greatly. Not all online platforms and businesses are created equal or have equal insight into their users. That's why the tiered knowledge standard in the updated legislation is so essential. Small and medium-sized businesses should not be burdened with the same stringent regulations as the biggest of big tech. We want to protect our children online, but a local retailer with an online store shouldn't fall under the same knowledge standards as TikTok. The amendment I'm offering today with Representative Castor strikes the same balance. It ensures that covered entities identify, assess, and mitigate privacy risk to our children. In some cases, it also asks companies to consider the developmental differences and needs of different age groups, because, as we all know, the online behavior of a 16-year-old is very different than someone who's 13. But the key section of this amendment is its carve-out for small businesses. I'll talk about the need to protect our small businesses more later, but this amendment gets to the heart of the issue. It ensures big tech identifies and mitigates the privacy risks our children face when their data is used to design addictive algorithms. I appreciate the opportunity to work with Representative Castor on this amendment. It strengthens the bill's protection for children without burdening our small businesses, so I urge its adoption, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Does anyone else want to speak on the Castor amendment? All right, hearing none, we'll go to a voice vote. Proceed to a voice vote on the Castor amendment. All those in favor of the amendment will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment from the gentlewoman from Florida is agreed to. There are further bipartisan amendments to the AINS. Mr. McNerney, is your amendment labeled?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. It's labeled H8152_FC_AMDT_03.
All right, does the clerk have that amendment?
Yes, sir.
Clerk will report the McNerney amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8152, offered by Mr. McNerney of California.
And Madam Clerk, without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I thank the chairman. The provisions outlined in this bill provide extensive protections to personal data, giving consumers control over their data from targeted advertising, require algorithmic assessments to mitigate bias, and stop data brokers from reaping profits unknowingly to the customer. Together, these would be the strongest consumer data rights enacted in the United States. To fully protect these rights, we must make certain the appropriate technical measures in processing personal data are established and that covered entities maintain strong preventative data security practices. But protecting data is complex. Implementing a security architecture, assessing vulnerabilities, responding to threats, and creating specific requirements for data disposal requires vigorous expertise. This amendment, offered by my colleague, Mr. Curtis, and I, would authorize the Federal Trade Commission to issue regulations on such requirements and require the Commission to consult with the National Institute of Standards, the NIST, in the process. As the lead national laboratory assisting the private sector on technology, NIST employs thousands of scientists, engineers, and technicians, and has the encryption expertise to advise with technology-neutral data security guidance. NIST is well equipped to help the FTC promulgate regulations and will be a critical component to ensure consumer data remains confident and protected. I urge the support for this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Is there anyone on the Republican side that wants to speak on this amendment? No? Anybody else? Otherwise, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Carter? Or you have the next one, not this one? Okay. All right, if there's no further debate, we will proceed to a vote on the McNerney amendment. All those in favor of the amendment will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment from the gentleman from California is agreed to. We have Mr. Carter next. Mr. Carter, you have a bipartisan amendment?
I do.
Is it labeled?
Yes, sir. Amendment SLW0192 at the desk.
Clerk has it?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Clerk will report the Carter amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8152, offered by Mr. Carter of Georgia. Page
And
90.
without objection, Madam Clerk, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment would change Section 301 to exempt small businesses with less than 15 employees from the requirement to have a dedicated privacy officer. Small businesses cannot afford high compliance costs associated with the designated privacy officer. This amendment will help ensure that our nation's smallest businesses aren't required to be spending thousands of dollars to comply with laws that often don't implicate their core business. No family-owned corner drugstore or grocery store should be required to have a privacy officer. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Anyone else want to speak on the Carter Amendment? Mr. Bilirakis is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate it. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlemen.
Thank you. I want to thank the sponsors of this particular amendment. It really is a very important amendment. I really want to, I'm grateful to Representative Carter and Craig for offering this particular amendment. As I said earlier, our bipartisan bill goes a long way in ensuring we are protecting our small businesses from overly burdensome regulations and enforcement regimes. This amendment will continue that progress by exempting the smallest of businesses, companies with under 15 employees, from the requirement on companies to maintain a dedicated privacy officer. For many of the smallest mom-and-pop shops that Mr. Carter described, they did not have the significant online presence, nor have the time, resource, or capability of implementing a complex privacy and data security policy at their company. They're often just trying to make ends meet, particularly during these tough economic times. So I'm glad to see we're recognizing that it is in this bill and with this amendment, and I really urge passage, unanimous passage of this particular amendment. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to speak on the Carter Amendment? All right, hearing none. Yes. Mr. Duncan is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I'd like to yield the time to Mr. Carter from Georgia.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. You know, Mr. Chairman, I want to reiterate just how important this amendment is. When we talk about small businesses and having owned a small business for over 32 years, I can attest to the fact that, especially during these times when inflation is what it is and supply chain issues, it's tough on small businesses. I mean, I get it. It's been tough on everyone, yes, but particularly on small businesses. Now, not only did I own my own business, a small business, I had, I think, 19 employees, but, you know, and it was important to us and big to us, but nevertheless, it was tough. I mean, when you're competing in pharmacy or in groceries, I mean, the margin is just slim, and it's just everything. You're looking to be as competitive as you can and to be as tight as you can. That's why this would be an unnecessary burden on small businesses, and that's why it's so important. Not only that, but I also served on a number of bank boards during the time when community banks were really struggling, and small community banks. Again, an example, we were just inundated with rules. The only hires that we made for many years were with compliance, and you know, and not able to grow our business. So again, I just want to reiterate how important this is for small businesses. As we all know, small businesses are the backbone of our economy. 90% of all people work for small businesses. Granted, large businesses are important too, but small businesses are the backbone of our economy, and we need to make sure that we're doing everything we can to assist them and making sure that they have the ability to be profitable, the ability to succeed. We need these mom and pop businesses. It is extremely important, and this amendment, I think, will help tremendously toward not putting the burden on them that would be there if they were forced to have a compliance officer. So I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I'll yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
All right, Mr. Doyle says we have to vote now. Actually, the bells did ring, but we're going to try to do one more amendment, even though the bells rang. So if this, oh, Dr. Dunn, you want to speak on the Carter Amendment? Go ahead. You're
Yes, sir, Mr.
recognized for 5 minutes.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I yield my time to Mr. Curtis of Utah.
Thank you. I would actually, Mr. Chairman, with your indulgence, like to go to the previous amendment and speak in favor of the McNerney Amendment. It's a bipartisan amendment, simply ensures that the best practices are followed in consultation with NIST and in regulations to protect consumer data from breaches. I thank Mr. McNerney for his work on this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to vote for it. Thank you. Mr. Dunn, I yield back.
Yield back the remainder of our time.
All right, thanks. So now we're going to have a vote on the Carter Amendment. Voice vote? Okay. Proceed to a vote on the Carter Amendment. All those in favor of the amendment will signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is, this is the Carter Amendment, is agreed to. I think we have one more bipartisan amendment from Mr. Hudson. He's not here? Yeah, I mean, we only have 12 minutes left on the vote, so I think this is a good time to break, all right? The committee will come right back, and the lunch hasn't arrived yet, but it is coming, just so you know. So the committee stands in recess.
Mine works.
The clerk will report the Hudson Amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8152, offered by Mr. Hudson of North Carolina. Page
Madam
98.
Clerk, without objection, the reading of the Hudson Amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My bipartisan amendment will ensure a fair and balanced regime for consumer-facing entities that collect our data, and entities that provide service on behalf of those entities. This is how Main Street connects to the world. We've received a lot of feedback from industry on this section, and I want to make sure we get it right. The online economy relies on business partnerships. For example, a small convenience store in North Carolina relies on a service provider or a cloud computing resource in order to effectively provide Americans with everyday goods and services. My amendment represents a thoughtful compromise that protects consumer-facing businesses from the potential shortcomings of service providers who might not meet the obligations outlined in this bill. This includes assisting businesses in the ability to exercise a verified right from an individual to access, correct, delete, or port their data. And while our amendment requires service providers to fulfill their responsibilities to covered entities, it does not ask them to do the impossible. If a service provider is unable to fulfill their responsibilities to a covered entity, they must provide written verification to the covered entity for a permitted reason. We also solidify the requirements for contractual agreements that covered entities and service providers must follow to ensure that one party is not able to escape responsibility for failure to meet their obligations. And finally, our amendment requires the Federal Trade Commission to issue guidance for how covered entities and service providers comply with the requirements set forth by our amendment, and also takes into consideration the burdens on the different sizes of business, especially those small businesses. We need to get this right and ensure that any covered entity or service provider fully understands their obligations set forth in this legislation. With that, I urge my colleagues to support our bipartisan amendment. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. O'Halloran is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our amendment is a bipartisan offered with my colleague, Mr. Hudson, who's done a wonderful job on this process, and seeks to make some clarifications regarding what covered entities and service providers are liable for under the Act. This amendment ensures service providers are also responsible for protecting consumers' data, privacy rights. It also closes the privacy hole, which would have left consumers' privacy unprotected in previous drafts of the bill. Under this amendment, small businesses would be protected from one-sided contracts that larger corporations force upon them. Instead, this amendment protects against big companies shifting the responsibility for protecting consumer privacy to small businesses. This bipartisan agreement represents an enormous effort and amount of time by the committee. I want to thank them, as well as Congressman Hudson, for working with me on this amendment that he has worked so hard about. This amendment carefully balances ensuring the protection of consumer privacy rights at all levels, limiting the burdens on small businesses and recognizing what's practical for businesses. I also want to commend the important work of our committee on the underlying bill. This legislation is an important step to ensure every American has their data protected and American businesses can sensibly and seamlessly conduct commerce throughout our country. Right now, most Americans, including Arizonans, have no comprehension data privacy protections and comprehensive privacy protections. Most Americans don't know who is collecting their data, where it's going, or how it's being used. This bill would be a tremendous step forward for Americans everywhere. For all those reasons, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, as well as the underlying bill, and I yield.
Thank the gentleman. Does anyone else want to speak on this amendment? Hearing none. Hearing none, we will proceed to a vote on the amendment by voice. All those in favor of the Hudson Amendment will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment by the gentleman from North Carolina is agreed to. Now, we don't have any more bipartisan amendments, so we will now move to partisan amendments. And the first one you have is Ms. Eshu. Ms. Eshu, what is your amendment labeled?
Sure. My amendment is labeled SU-104.
Does the clerk have the Eshu amendment?
Yes, sir.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8152, offered by Ms. Eshu of California.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentlewoman from California is recognized for 5 minutes. Anna, I think you're muted. Muted.
I'm sorry. You got muted. That was good for you, not for me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is not a carve-out for California law. What it does is it simply sets a federal floor and allows states, not just California, but all states, to provide additional rights in addition to those established by federal law. The ADPPA contains strong privacy protections, particularly with regard to civil rights and child safety, especially after our friend Representative Castor's amendment was adopted. This amendment would not affect those rights and protections. It would simply let states strengthen them, including California, Washington, Illinois, and New Jersey. States need the flexibility to respond to changes in technology and expand rights where necessary. Just in the past few years, we've seen the rise of TikTok, the expansion of machine learning and artificial intelligence, and the continued use of facial recognition. Congress has not demonstrated its ability to respond to changes in technology quickly. There's noise out of people talking in the background, Mr. Chairman.
For everyone.
Yeah, so that states could do whatever.
I'm sorry.
Where do you want me to
you
pick
can-
up, Mr.
you can
Chairman?
proceed.
There were people talking in the background. I couldn't even hear myself think.
I mean, nobody's speaking now, Anna. I think you can proceed.
Okay. I just don't know where I left off, where members really could hear. Let me get back in the loop with this. Just in the last few years, we've all seen the rise of TikTok, the expansion of machine learning and artificial intelligence, and the continued use of facial recognition. Congress has not shown an ability to respond to these changes in technology quickly, but states have, and California is especially one of them. But this isn't just about California. My amendment ensures that every state can continue to legislate in the best interests of their residents, your constituents, as well as mine, as technology evolves and privacy needs change. So that's why I'm offering the amendment, Mr. Chairman. And I've heard members over the years, over and over again, talking about the laboratories of experimentation, the states. This in no way impairs the federal legislation that's being taken up. What it does recognize is that states are far more limber and what they have in place. Yes, the federal law, but they should be able to add to that. I think this fencing off idea is not a good one. And so with that, I yield back the balance of my time, and I thank the chairman for recognizing me.
Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman,
Yes, I was going to speak initially in opposition. Who? Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
I just wanted to engage in the colloquy, but I'll wait, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, but we have to go to the Republicans first. So is there any Republican member that wants to speak? Yes, Mr. Long?
I move to strike the last word on Ms. Eshu's amendment to H.R. 8152. Mr. Chairman, I recognize that my colleague, the California delegation, and California state officials have been pushing hard for a carve-out, which is what it is, from the preemption section of the California Consumer Protection Act. I rise in opposition to Ms. Eshu's amendment. Why are we even here? Why are we doing this if we're going to preserve California? As far as I know, California is still part of the United States. A lot of people are moving away from there, but they're still part of the United States. And what other states are going to want the same treatment that we give California? Again, why are we here if we're going to carve out California? 1 out of every 9 Americans lives there, or excuse me, one out of every 8 or 9 Americans, and the national standard needs to be a single standard. I yield back.
Thank you. I want to recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak in opposition to the Eshu amendment. And I guess I'll start, Mr. Long, by saying people are still moving to California, but so I'm not going to argue over the value of California. It's a wonderful state. But the problem that I see is this. Ms. Eshu said that this does not impair the legislation, but in fact it does. We worked very hard to come up with a compromise between the Democrats and the Republicans in order to accomplish this bill. I mean, you know, people like Jan Schakowsky and others have been working on this for years. And we're very fortunate, in my opinion, that we were able to come to an agreement with the Republicans, not only here in the House, but you know, the Republicans in the Senate and most of the Democrats in the Senate as well. So I want everyone to understand that if we do undermine this bill today, which I believe this amendment will do, it really makes it much more difficult for us to move this bill and ultimately get it signed into law in this session of Congress, which may be the last opportunity we have for a while. Now, it's no secret that preemption of state laws has long been a key sticking point when you're trying to deal with compromise. And we have worked long and hard on trying to deal with preemption and trying to deal with the laws that exist in some of the states. And there are areas where, not too many in my opinion, but there are areas where the California law is stronger, and we have made an exception. But basically what this amendment would do would reject all of the efforts to come to a compromise by replacing carefully crafted preemption provisions, mindful of some of the states, with a provision that will not set a true federal standard. Because what Ms. Eshu is proposing is that states could basically go beyond with their own laws. Now, let me say one thing. No state, in my opinion, has a law that's as strong as this federal bill, not even California. And the efforts by other states and their legislatures to actually enact strong data privacy laws have all failed. Even in California, this wasn't done by the legislature, this was done by initiative and referendum, which doesn't exist in most states, or at least in a lot of the states. And so, as much as I appreciate the fact that some states and some attorney generals may feel, oh, you know, we're gonna do better, the reality is that's probably not gonna happen, because it hasn't happened. It just hasn't happened at all, for all practical purposes. And the other problem, too, is that if states decide that they're gonna enact stronger laws and somehow get around to it, which I don't think they will, who's gonna determine whether it's stronger? Every state's gonna say it's stronger, and then we'll end up in courts and litigation forever. So I'm not saying that what Ms. Eshu wants to do is not a good idea, but it's going to definitely kill this bill. And I also think it's not very practical in terms of what actually happens. We want to establish a strong national standard. That's what this bill does. And that's why so many of the consumer groups, I mean, it's no secret that there's robust protection for anti-discrimination protection, bans on targeted ads for kids, global opt-outs for sensitive data, targeted data brokering. I mean, there's so many things here that are really comprehensive consumer data privacy legislation. And that's a deal that benefits all Americans. So, it has the support of the civil rights community, the privacy advocates, consumer groups, and of course, bipartisan lawmakers. And this amendment is not part of that deal, and it's basically going to undermine our ability to move what's really important legislation. So I urge my colleagues to let's continue the hard work on passing this historic legislation, and I would ask you to reject this amendment for all the reasons that I stated. And I yield back. Other members will go to the Republican side. Anyone on the Democratic side? Ms. Schakowsky is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I just want to say to my friend and colleague, Congresswoman Eshoo, I know that you've been involved for a long time also and concerned about the issues of, having a privacy bill. You and I have worked together on the issue of some of the surveillance. We've had legislation. I want to echo a lot of what Frank has said. We have worked for a long time to get the most powerful bill that we can to protect consumers, to protect children, to protect human rights, civil rights, and anti-discrimination. And we've gone through so many of these for a long time. Many of us understand fully that, it would be great, for some anyway, to have states do what they want. But as the chairman said, there is no other state. Well, let's talk about California for a minute. And not everybody likes this, but in fact, by and large, our legislation has been deemed stronger, except that we have made, where the California law is stronger, we let California right now, having been really the first for a comprehensive piece of legislation, to go ahead. But it doesn't make sense, and it certainly hasn't, to all of the stakeholders that are involved to say that every single state can do exactly what it wants when it comes to data privacy. To have a floor, but then you could have all these different regulations that could happen in the 50 states. So we want to get a bill passed because the American people are begging for it. They are starving for it. They are angry about not having control over their data, not having some, and so, I'm looking at this list of organizations that at this moment are, trying to say, do not pass this legislation. The Center for Democracy and Technology, the future of privacy, the Electronic Privacy Information Center, the and on Public Citizens Leadership Conference on Civil Rights, Free Press, Common Cause. And in terms of the Lawyers Committee on Civil Rights, what they have sent out as this hearing has been going on is that this amendment is a poison pill, that the only way a bill will get passed is if there is a compromise on the issue of preemption. And David Brody, who is the head of this organization, the chief lawyer on there, on the Lawyers for the Lawyers Committee on Civil Rights, has said that I don't like preemption, but we can't make the perfect the enemy of the good. All Americans need privacy and online civil protection. So, you know, these are people who by and large agree with much of what you are saying, but know that we're not going to get anywhere unless we do something. And so I just...
Gentlewoman, yield.
Yes, of course, I'll yield to you, Anna, yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I just want to say that it's a mischaracterization of my amendment to say that any state can do anything. That's not how my amendment reads. States would be able to add something that is stronger than the federal law,
No, I
but not be able to add anything willy-nilly. So I just wanted to make that correction.
No, okay, thank you for that, and I should have been clearer about that, yes, that if they want to go beyond the legislation, but still, you could see then in many states, even most states, that you have different requirements. So we're trying to get a very strong bill passed, a bill that even maybe some of the most critical of the advocates, and certainly we want to be able to have the bipartisan support. We have brought together industry and, you know, and to make this possible. So I'm out of time. I will yield back. But I think that we have a product that we can really be proud of, and I'm hoping we'll pass it. Thank you.
Thank the gentlewoman. Anyone on the Republican side want to add anything? Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. McEachin of Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'll start off. I'm trying to figure out whether I need to ask counsel or Ms. Eshu, but I'll start off by advising the committee that in the special session of 2021, Virginia adopted its own Privacy Act. The challenge from my vantage point, my pejorative vantage point is that the only person who can enforce it is the Attorney General. It is a very interesting bill. I've had a chance to read it while we were listening to the conversation between the various members. So I guess I'll start off with Ms. Eshu. I'll yield to you in just a moment, ma'am, but I am focused on lines, page 1, lines 10 through 12, and then page 2, lines 1 through 2. And I'm finding myself trying to figure out at what point is, what does that mean? It says, for purposes of this paragraph, a law of a state or political subdivision of a state is not inconsistent with this act if the protection of such law afforded to any consumer is greater than the protection provided by this act. So the Attorney General is the only one in my state that can bring the act. Is my law inconsistent with this? Help me understand how the interplay between my state's law and your amendment.
Is the gentleman asking Ms. Eshu to respond to her amendment?
Respond quickly, Mr.
All right, then
Chairman.
you'd have to yield to Ms. Eshu.
And I so do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir.
Ms.
Thank the
Eshu?
gentleman. Sure, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'd be glad to. This is legalese that actually says that if a state adds something that is stronger than the federal law, it would be accepted. If it's not, then it won't. And it's exactly the point that I just made to Ms. Schakowsky to clear up the description. So this essentially allows states to offer, as they do, as I said this morning, in countless federal laws, from HIPAA to TSCA.
Well, I need to reclaim my time and maybe clarify my.
They can add something stronger.
Mr. Chairman, I need to
but
reclaim my
not
time
mess
because it's
with the
running
federal
out.
law.
Gentleman has reclaimed his time. The gentleman for Virginia has the time.
And I appreciate the gentlewoman's answer to the extent that she shared her thoughts with us. But in my state, right now, the Attorney General can enforce essentially the same act as this federal act. Let's assume I'm right for that purpose, except that no individual has a private right of action in Virginia. It has to be brought by the Attorney General. I'm trying to figure out, is that inconsistent within the four corners of Ms. Eshu's amendment? So I'll try to phrase the question that way. I'll yield to her to see what her response might be.
Ms. Escher, he's yielded to
My
you
response
again.
is no. My response is no.
Gentleman reclaim his time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you allowing me to explore that a little bit. In an abundance of caution, I will be voting, sadly, I'm voting against her amendment because I want to make sure that my individuals in Virginia have their private causes of action to the extent that this bill creates one. Again, I'm not necessarily very satisfied with this bill, but to the extent that there is a private cause of action created, I would like it to be able to be exercised by folks beyond just my Attorney General. I thank the chair and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Does anyone on the, well, anyone at all want to comment further on the issue amendment on either side of the aisle? All right. Then we'll go to a vote. Do you want a recorded vote? All right. We'll have a voice vote unless someone objects to that.
I object. I want to voice a roll call vote, Mr. Chairman.
You want a roll call vote, Anna?
I do.
Okay. A recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor? Who's that? Someone is? No? Okay. A recorded vote is ordered on the issue amendment. Those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Those opposed to the amendment will say no. And the clerk shall call the roll on the issue amendment.
Mr. Rush. Ms. Eshu.
Aye.
Ms. Eshu votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
No.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Doyle.
No.
Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky.
No.
Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch.
Aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark of New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas, representing California, votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Peters. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes no. Mr. Vesey. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran. Ms. Rice.
Rice of New York votes no.
Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig? Ms. Schreier? Ms. Trahan? Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher? Mrs. Rogers? Mrs. Rogers votes no. Mr. Upton? Mr. Upton votes no. Mr. Burgess?
Burgess votes no.
Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Scalise? Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. McKinley?
McKinley votes no.
Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Kinzinger? Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long? Mr. Long votes no. Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen?
No.
Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson?
No.
Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn? Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis? Mr. Curtis votes no. Ms. Lesko? Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence? Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Armstrong votes no. Chairman Pallone?
Pallone of New Jersey votes no.
Chairman Pallone votes no.
Peters recorded.
Who's that?
Sarbanes.
Mr. Sarbanes? Oh, no, Mr. Peters.
Sarbanes.
Mr. Sarbanes.
Mr. Sarbanes is not recorded.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Rush?
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Rush is not recorded.
Rush votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no.
Anyone else who's not?
Was Peters recorded, please?
Mr.
Mr.
Peters is not
Peters?
recorded.
O'Halloran would like to know how he voted.
Peters votes yes.
Mr. Peters votes aye.
Mr.
How is Schreier recorded?
Ms. Fletcher, how am I recorded?
Ms. Fletcher?
Ms. Fletcher is not recorded.
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no.
Recorded.
Mr. O'Halloran?
Mr. O'Halloran is not recorded.
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no.
Ms. Schreier?
Ms. Schreier?
Ms. Schreier is not recorded.
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no.
Mr. Veazey, were you recorded?
Mr. Vesey is not recorded. Mr. Vesey votes no.
This is Ms. Craig. How am I recorded?
Ms. Craig is not recorded.
Ms. Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no.
Mr. Guthrie?
Mr. Guthrie votes no.
Mr. Tonko?
Mr. Tonko votes no.
Is anyone else not recorded who wants to be recorded? Mr.
Ruiz is not recorded. Mr. Ruiz votes aye.
Dr. Burgess, are you recorded? Okay. Dr. Burgess? All right, is that it? Anyone else? I think that's everybody. Okay, the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 8 and the nays were 48.
Okay. So, Madam Clerk, the vote is 8 ayes to 48 noes, and the amendment is not agreed to. We have some further amendments that are partisan. Mr. Wahlberg is recognized. How is your amendment labeled? You do too. The gentleman from Michigan, you have an amendment?
I do have an amendment. I hope the name Wahlberg is on it.
Does the clerk have that one?
Yes, sir.
The clerk will report the Wahlberg amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8152, offered by Mr. Wahlberg of Michigan. Page
Without
90.
objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment to the AINS would increase the number of exemptions for truly small businesses. Let's be clear, the majority of small businesses are not the target of this legislation. One can understand why a small business of only a few employees may find it difficult when they get a notice in the mail telling them that they have to come up with new data policy plans and protocols and post these policies for the public to see. A motorcycle repair shop with 6 employees in Monroe County, Michigan, doesn't have the resources to meet these requirements. When it comes to data privacy, most small businesses will have no problem complying with the regulations in this bill. They don't sell data to third parties. They don't track minors online or engage in targeted advertising. However, requiring them to proactively come up with data security plans and make those plans public is an unfunded mandate that will cost these businesses time and money. Let's remember that many of these businesses have never engaged in privacy. They have no idea what the CPPA is, and this new regulatory regime will be their introduction to this issue. Their notice from the FTC about a new regulatory requirement will be the first time they have ever heard of this issue. They're not going to love the idea of having to comply with a regulation that they think should be targeted at businesses much larger than them who actually make money off this data. To be clear, this amendment would not exempt small businesses from the whole bill. It would simply exempt them from a few sections of the bill that will add yet another layer of paperwork and burden to already overburdened small business owners with no real impact for the good. I know the committee is still discussing these issues, so I'll respectfully withdraw my amendment, but I hope we can come to an agreement in the future. Our truly small businesses are the lifeblood of main streets all across this country. With inflation, workforce shortages, and supply chain issues, we don't need to give them even more problems or mandates to deal with. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. We have another amendment, partisan. Mr. Long, the gentleman from Missouri, is your amendment labeled? Oh, it's Mr. Hudson? Okay. Mr. Hudson?
Mr. Chairman, my amendment's Hudson FCC preemption amendment.
Does the clerk have that?
Yes, sir.
All right. The clerk will report the Hudson amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8152, offered by Mr. Hudson of North Carolina.
And Madam Clerk, without objection, the reading of the Hudson amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The bill before us today recognizes the Federal Trade Commission should be the agency with the sole federal authority over privacy. We're seeing states wade into this privacy debate, passing their own laws, which creates confusion for consumers, which is why it's so important for the sake of consumers and businesses having a national standard and one primary enforcement agency. It provides every citizen with a consistent set of rules, regardless of where you live or work. My amendment today would strengthen the shared bipartisan goal of having the FTC be that one federal privacy agency. I'm concerned the bill may create a situation where the FTC and the FCC could have dual regulation over some entities. This seems fundamentally counter to the goals of this comprehensive federal privacy bill. While I will offer and withdraw this amendment, I ask the chair and the ranking member to continue to work with me to resolve these concerns as we move this legislation to the floor to ensure this bill ultimately lives up to the promise of creating a single federal regulator for privacy. And at this point, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield to my colleague, Billy Long.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you for yielding, and I'd like to echo my colleague, Mr. Hudson's concerns. Without complete federal communication, FCC preemption, we are setting up a framework that'll treat similar services differently depending on what company's offering them. The Federal Trade Commission, the FTC, has more than 100 years' experience protecting consumers' privacy. No other federal agency has spent as much time and developed as much privacy expertise as the FTC. The FCC has legacy privacy requirements that were incorporated decades ago into the Communications Act, but the FCC's experience in enforcing these requirements is very limited, and only certain companies, based upon their regulatory history, are subject to such requirements. I yield back.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Will the gentleman yield?
I'd be happy to yield, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Curtis.
Thank you. I also wish to speak in favor of the amendment offered by Mr. Hudson. The Hudson Amendment would fully place privacy regulations under the FTC, ensuring that some companies are not subject to regulations by both the FCC and the FTC, while others are regulated only by the FTC. This would create an unequal government-imposed standard. No other federal agency has spent as much time and developed as much privacy expertise as the FTC. It makes sense to place privacy regulations solely under the FTC to create a level playing field across industries. I yield back.
And unless anyone else would like some time, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Does the gentleman want to proceed with the amendment?
No, I'd like to withdraw the amendment.
All right, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Is there a Curtis amendment? The gentleman have a label for it?
Does the clerk have that at the desk?
Yes, sir.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8152, offered by Mr. Curtis of Utah.
Without
Page 4.
objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Rogers. I'd like to add my voice to the many voices today of appreciation to the chair, the ranking member, and many people that have worked so hard on this bill. That said, I am concerned about second-order effects and unintended consequences of parts of this bill. And while I understand the concerns of gathering first-party data, I'm also concerned about the unintended impact of these restrictions that could impose on social media companies partnering with small businesses, many of which advertise primarily online and on social media. I appreciate that there's a small business exemption on how businesses can use certain data, but as currently written, small businesses could be prohibited from using relatively obvious information, such as a person's interest and hobbies, as expressed through engagement on social media and advertising to them based on those interests on the same platform. I'm offering and withdrawing this amendment in order to ask that the chairman and ranking member consider minor changes to the provisions raised to ensure that small businesses that rely on such advertising as a primary source of reaching customers are not impacted in a way that companies do their business models. Hopefully, we'll be able to have that discussion as this bill moves forward. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my amendment.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Long, you have your own amendment?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the Ains.
Do you have that one, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir.
Would you report the Long amendment?
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8152, offered by Mr. Long of Missouri.
Madam Clerk, without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to start off by reading the language my amendment would strike. CPPA enforcement, notwithstanding any other provisions of law, the California Privacy Protection Agency established under 1798.199.10A of the California Privacy Rights Act may enforce this act in the same manner it would otherwise enforce the California Consumer Privacy Act, Section 1798.1050, and it's kind of a word salad, it sounds to me like. There's a lot of words in there, and we don't want to give the California Privacy Protection Agency, the CPPA, unprecedented, unparalleled authority to enforce the new federal privacy law. This bill should not single out one state and one regulatory agency to hold sweeping authority to interpret new national law, authority that could become even broader if California provides the CPPA with even more authority. Yet the bill also provides that the CPPA and only the CPPA may enforce this act in the same manner it would otherwise enforce the California Consumer Privacy Act. We all want to make sure this makes sense. End-of-day language seems a bit confusing, but I will withdraw my amendment, but ask that the chair works with me to clarify the language post-markup.
Will the gentleman yield to me?
I yield back.
Well, I thought you wanted a response. No? If you
Oh,
don't.
okay, yield to you. Okay, I'm sorry. I yield to the chair.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to respond to you, that's all. So this provision just allows the California agency to enforce the federal law in the same way it can enforce the state law today. It doesn't allow them to issue rules about the federal law. But that said, I think you have some, you're asking us to look at it, the California agency maybe would like us to look at it. So we'll work with both you and California to try to clarify this, because I certainly don't want any unintended consequences. And as I've said, this is a carefully negotiated bill, but I appreciate you withdrawing the amendment, and I certainly yield back to the gentleman.
And I yield back.
Thank you. All right, I don't think we have any other amendments, correct? And so, without further ado, we would go to the Ains, correct? Okay. Do you want to, yes, go ahead, Mr.
Speaking to the Ains as amended,
You want to speak on it now?
if that's permissible, sir.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
I've heard a lot of good amendments today, things that we've passed, things that we've talked about and withdrawn. I think the subcommittee and the committee have done good work. This is what legislation is about. I'm going to vote to move this forward, but I'm still looking at all the moving pieces and trying to figure out exactly what we're doing. So I'm going to move it forward today and look forward to the final product as we get to the floor. And I yield back.
All right, thank you. All right, so if there's no further discussion, we'll proceed to a vote on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Do you want to record a vote, or we can do this by voice? Ames by voice, okay. All right. All those in favor of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8152 as amended will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed will say no. Okay, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is, as amended, is adopted. Let's see, now we're going to go to final passage. You want this recorded, I assume? Okay. A recorded vote is ordered on final passage of H.R. 8152. Those in favor of reporting H.R. 8152 as amended to the full House will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush. Ms. Eschew.
Did you hear what Mr. Rush said?
Eschew votes no.
Ms. Eschew votes no. Ms. DeGette.
Aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle. Ms. Schakowsky.
Aye.
Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui.
Votes aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor.
Aye.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes aye.
Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko of New York votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark.
Clark of New York votes aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader votes aye.
Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas from California votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer?
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly?
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan?
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin?
McEachin votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester?
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran?
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice?
Rice of New York votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig? Ms. Schreier?
Votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Han? Mr. Han votes aye. Ms. Fletcher?
Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers? Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton? Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise? Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley?
McKinley votes aye.
Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger? Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis? Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long? Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen?
Aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson?
Aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg? Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter?
Carter from Georgia votes aye.
Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan? Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn? Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis? Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko? Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence? Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong? Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone?
Pallone of New Jersey votes aye.
Chairman Pallone votes aye.
Mr. Welch, am I recorded?
Mr. Welch?
Mr. Welch is not recorded.
Votes aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Rush?
Mr. Rush is not recorded.
am I recorded?
You're not.
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye.
How's Mr. Doyle recorded?
Mr. Crenshaw is not recorded. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Doyle?
Mr. Doyle is not recorded.
Doyle votes yes.
Mr. Doyle votes aye.
Is there anyone else who is not recorded that wants to be? Appearing not the, I guess everyone is recorded that cares to be? Okay. The clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 53 and the nays were 2.
The vote is 53 ayes to 2 noes, and H.R. 8152, as amended, is reported to the full House. We still have another bill, though. You can applaud. But we still have another bill. So I guess this other bill becomes like, what's the
Mr.
next?
Chairman, if I just appoint a personal privilege, if I may?
Yes, please.
Just before we move on, I'd just like to take a moment to, again, thank everyone. I believe it was very important, and we can be proud of the work that's been done by this committee. I especially want to thank the staff on both sides of the aisle. On our side, Tim Kurth and Brandon Rains for the work that they've done. Many, many hours. We've been working on this for years, but especially the last few months. Lots of extra time on weekends and over the nights. I want to express appreciation to Chairman Pallone as well as your team, Gary, David, Michelle, Senator Wicker's staff, who have all been involved over the last couple of months in particular, including extra time. Just, I want to acknowledge this has been an effort to seek excellence and work hard to ensure that the American people take back control of their data from big tech, and America's leadership and technological innovation is preserved. And I know that the work is not done, but I hope that they can get some rest before we take this to the floor and ultimately to the president's desk. Thank you, Mr.
Well, let me ask you to yield, if you would, to me.
Yes.
I want to just say that I don't think there's any bill that this committee's worked on, at least since I've been around, that was, on the one hand, so difficult, but on the other hand, that there was a determination on the part of not only myself and Kathy Rogers, and the subcommittee chairs and Ranker, but everyone to really make sure that this gets done. And I don't think we stressed enough that we worked with the Senate, which, as you know, is not always an easy thing, and still isn't. But you know, a lot of times, not just on this bill, but on a lot of the bills that we've been marking up the last few weeks that are bipartisan, or I should say, for the whole 2 years that are bipartisan. We move them only when we think we have significant support in the Senate on both sides of the aisle as well. And that is true for this one as well. So, you know, everyone should understand that even though our work is not done, even though there's only, you know, I don't know, a few months left in this session, that Ms. Rogers and I are very determined with Ms. Schakowsky and also Mr. Bilirakis and all of you to get this thing done, pass the House, pass the Senate on the president's desk, and we're optimistic that that can happen with all of your support. So I already thanked the staff, but I will thank them again, and thank you all for this major achievement. But we still have one more bill, which I guess is a little anticlimactic at this point, but let's go to it, which... All right, so the chair calls up H.R. 3962, the Securing and Enabling Commerce Using Remote and Electronic Notarization Act of 2021, and the clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3962 to authorize notaries public to perform.
And Madam Clerk, without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with, and the bill is now considered as read. And without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. I don't think we have any. Oh, we do have a names, okay. All right. So did anyone like to speak on the underlying bill before we get to the Ains? All right, hearing none. Who's offering?
No, I have the Ains.
Mr. Armstrong is offering the amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the Ains.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3962, offered by Mr. Armstrong of North Dakota.
And Madam Clerk, without objection, the reading of the Ains will be dispensed with, and Mr. Armstrong is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk in the nature of a substitute. It is labeled H.R. 3962 Ains 1. And the amendment in the nature of a substitute makes technical and clarifying changes to H.R. 3962, the Secure Notarization Act. This bipartisan bill would authorize the nationwide use of remote online notarizations, which is simply an electronic notarization where the party and notary are in different locations. As we are all aware, society has widely adopted remote meetings, events, and even social activities. Requirements for a signer to be physically present before a notary are often impractical and sometimes impossible, such as with military deployments and travel restrictions. Remote online notarization increases the use of notarization and allows individuals to conduct crucial business, particularly if both parties are unable to be physically present with a notary. This bill would provide businesses and consumers with the ability to execute documents using two-way audiovisual communication while protecting consumers with multi-factor authentication and the use of tamper-evident technology. The bill will not preempt or replace the state laws governing the authorization and regulations of notaries public. It will simply provide for recognition of remote notarization in interstate commerce and ensure the law recognition of notarizations performed under another state's law. This is similar to the full faith and credit clause and implementing statutes that ensure the recognition of official activities or judicial proceedings conducted in another state. This bill has over 120 co-sponsors. It has proceeded through regular order and received a 22-0 vote in the subcommittee last month. It also has the support of 20 organizations like the American Land Title Association, which utilizes notary public on a daily basis. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Does anyone else want to speak on this amendment in the nature of a substitute or on the underlying bill? If not, then we can voice vote the aim. You want the aim? Oh, no. Ames, okay. So if there's no further discussion, we'll proceed to a voice vote on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor of the Ains to HR 3962 will signify by saying aye. Aye. And all those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. And now we'll go to final passage on the bill, and that will have a recorded vote, right? Okay, recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of reporting HR 3962 as amended to the full House will say aye. Those opposed, no. And the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eschew.
Eschew votes aye.
Ms. Eschew votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes yes.
Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky.
Aye.
Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor.
Aye.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch.
Yes.
Mr. Welch
Mr.
votes.
Welch.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko of New York votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark.
Clark of New York votes aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas from California votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingell. Mrs. Dingell votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bedegan.
Baragon votes aye.
Ms. Bedegan votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes aye.
Mr. McEachin votes aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice.
Rice of New York votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Mr. Han.
Votes aye.
Mr. Han votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers. Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley.
From the House of COVID, McKinley votes aye.
Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long. Mr. Long votes aye. Mr. Bouchon. Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter.
Carter from Georgia votes aye.
Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan.
Duncan from South Carolina, the Commonwealth State, votes aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko. Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw.
Aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong.
Yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Plum.
Pallone votes aye.
Chairman Plum votes aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Dingell?
Dingell votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye.
Mr. Schrader?
Mr. Schrader votes aye.
Ms. Craig?
Ms. Craig votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye.
Mr.
Mr.
Soto?
Chairman,
Mr. Soto?
How am I recorded?
Mr. Soto is not recorded.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye.
Anyone else who's not recorded but wants to be? Doesn't appear. Okay. If not, the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, the yeas were 56 and the nays were 0.
I'm sorry, 46?
56.
56, okay. So the vote is 56 ayes to 0 noes, and as a result, H.R. 3962, as amended, is reported to the full House. Now, we had a number of, before we adjourn, we had a number of documents which we didn't enter into the record. So let me read those, and I'll ask unanimous consent. A letter from Color of Change regarding H.R. Okay, I don't have to read them all. So I'll just ask unanimous consent to enter these 32 documents which have been given to the clerk, or given to us, and without objection, so ordered. All right. Without objection, the staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the committee prints consistent with the actions taken by the committee today. Let me again thank the ranking member and everyone for accomplishing this major goal today. Thank you again, and with that, the Energy and Commerce Committee stands adjourned.